Namaste, Deep Gurushi. As Shri P.L. Bhattacharya told me, just now on phone, we shall start at the usual time, 10:05, and we shall proceed. He'll join us.
Yes, we are also live. I have just been notified. I was waiting for the live to begin. Um, I request all the presenters to join, and I welcome everyone to this wonderful journey that we are experiencing for the past 3 days, for the 4 days online international seminar titled Temporal and Spatial Dynamics, Comparative Explorations Through a Myriad of Indian Perspectives. Hello and namaskar. I am Deep and I welcome all of you to today's session. Chidakash Kalalay is presenting this seminar under the aegis of TNFCR scheme of the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, with Sangeet Natak Akademi, New Delhi as the nodal institution. We thank them for making this endeavor possible, and we also thank P.L. Bhattacharya ji for envisioning this seminar and taking all the toil to bring all such great masters and scholars of repute together to begin a dialogue, a conversation on the notional point of view of time and space. Before we begin the day, I would like to say a quick prayer, if you'll allow me. यस्तन्मया हृदय संवेदन क्रमेण द्राक्चित्रशक्तिगण भूमि विभाग भागी हर्षोल्लसत्पर विकारजुषः करोति वन्दे तमाम तमहम इंदुकलावतंसम, who with the pulsation of his heart has created the entire universe cosmic fabric, who creates with his energy all the leelas around, with all the ananda and with all the limitations and delimitations, who creates, we bow to that supreme consciousness who has created the kala and who holds the kala at his head. Angikam bhuvanam yasya vachikam sarvavangmayam aharyam chandrataradi tam numaha satvikam shivam. Om. To begin the day, let me just give a quick recap of what we have been listening, experiencing, sharing. We had a wonderful beginning yesterday where we had Professor Vadakheri, who expanded our vision and mentioned that we should be dwelling in not just the notional time and space, but we should call it Akasha and Kala. We saw how wonderfully the Kriyas dwell in Akasha, and as they manifest, we get the Vrittis. And in order to manifest them in this mortal realm, to make it perceptible for the human beings, how pravrittis come up. And with this, so many creation of so many spaces at various realms, we get to see how we perceive such layered understanding of space and time. We also have understood the cosmic fabric and geometry in which we move in, and that expands the universe. We have also seen how the dancer themselves with the body corresponds and creates the tala and laya and makes the body as the space itself to begin with. We understood how actors are of the most important bit. They are the observer and they are the actors, yet they are dispassionate. And that creates another space for liberation within it. We have understood the oneness of space, the no space from where the space creates, the no time from where time emanates, and how it creates plurality, which also should be celebrated, as they are the launching pad for us to go back to the oneness, to find the thread, to bind or to connect the diversity, and to understand the unity, as we all have the pulsation in the Hridaya Guha of all of us. On this note, I would like to welcome the very first speaker for the day, Shatavadhani Dr. R. Ganesh ji. He needs no introduction. Yet I would like to say a few words about him. Shatavadhani R. Ganesh is a practitioner of art of Avadhana, a polyglot, an author in Sanskrit and Kannada, and an extempore poet in multiple languages. He has performed more than 1,300 Avadhanas in Kannada, Sanskrit, Telugu, and Prakrit. He is known for extempore composition of poetry during these performances and even of Chitrakavya. He is the only Shatavadhani from Karnataka. He once set a record by composing poetry for 24 hours continuously. From 30th November 2012 to 2nd December 2012, he performed the first ever Shatavadhana entirely in Kannada. On 16 February 2014, in Bangalore, he performed his 1000th Avadhana. Shatavadhani Dr. R. Ganesh has a BE degree in mechanical engineering from UVCE and MSc engineering degree in metallurgy from IISc. Pursued research in material science and metallurgy. He has an MA degree in Sanskrit and a DLit in Kannada, which was awarded by Hampi University for his thesis on the art of Avadhana in Kannada. I am not qualified enough to introduce his speech, so I directly welcome him to present his paper titled Space and Time as Explored by Rajashekhara in his Kavya Mimamsa. Ganeshji, if you could do the honor.
Om Tat Sat Om Jayanti Sthai Sanchari Bhava Abhinaya Bhavukaha Nila Lohita Shailusha Bhulata Lasya Vibhramaha Chidananda Kalam Vani Vande Chandra Kaladharam Nirmalya Taratam Yena Bimbitam Chitta Bhittishu. Suprabhatam. Such a nice occasion, and it's my privilege. I deem it as a great privilege to present few of my thoughts on the said topic in this gathering, which will be heard by people now and even afterwards also when it will be published on the YouTube and other electronic media. And I'm extremely beholden to Sri P.L. Bhattacharya ji and also the Sangeet Natak Akademi, which has sponsored the whole seminar. And I'm immensely happy for the participation, which is overwhelming from various quarters of arts, including music, dance, theater, and many such things. People have come forward and they're presenting their valuable insights. Dhanyawad. Now, coming to my topic, in the earlier sessions, perhaps you would have been introduced to the cosmic nature, the spiritual nature of space and time, as mentioned earlier by my friend Deep Ghoshji, Professor Varkhedi ji, and even Mandakini ji, Dr. Padma Subramaniam, and many more people. They told about the nature of time, space, and even the others would have told many things about that. Here I am more mundane. I am much rooted on the soil, in the soil. One poet by name Rajashekhara of 10th, 9th, 10th century Common Era from Kanuj, Nekubja of ancient India. He was a polymath and polyglot and was a playwright also and was an aesthetician of high merit. And he wrote a very interesting work, very engaging work by name Kavya Mimamsa. In Kavya Mimamsa, the prose itself is so marvelous. Anyone who is introduced to Sanskrit would really love to read and enjoy the prose itself. And in so many ways, he discusses many aspects. And it is only one portion of the 15 book work. But unfortunately, we have only the first book. And even in the first book itself, we have 18 chapters. And in these 18 chapters, the last two have been devoted to space and time. One is Kala, space, that is Desha, and other is Kala. And here in the opening, the 17th chapter itself, he says, A poet or artist who has a clear understanding of space and time never faces penury in his artistic expression, whether it is with respect to content or with respect to the form. In both the aspects, he'll be enriched to a great extent. And that's why understanding of space and time is very important. And now coming to the etymology of space and time. In Sanskrit, desha comes from the root disha. Disha atisarjane. Atisarjane means extension, expression, creation. The beauty of Sanskrit is manifolded. Even by the etymology itself, we can know how creative is the word desha. Extension, expression, and creation. These are all the features involved there. And now coming to time, that is kala. It has its root kal. Gato, sankhyaane, kshepe. Gato means dynamics. Sankhyaane means analytical. And then kshepe means ecstasy. Analysis, ecstasy, and dynamism. These are the three things which are connected with the concept of time. And both these, space and time, are so artistic in their intrinsic nature. And Rajshekara just goes on giving the details of our seven worlds above and below. We all know in our Purana and mythology, we have three worlds, Bhuhu, Bhuvaha, Suvaha, or Swaha. In the Vedas, Bhurbhuvaswaha or Bhurbhuvaswaha is the terrestrial, aerial, and the outer space, dimensions of space. And then we have the seven, Bhuhu, Bhuvaha, Suvaha, Maha, Janaha, Tapaha, Satyam. So also the nether worlds, the lower worlds, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Rasatala, Mahatala, and Patala. These are the 14 lokas as we call. All these comprise of space. And then we have the seven islands or Dvipa, Sapta Dvipa, Vasundhara as we call in our mythology. Jambu, Plaksha, Kusha, Prauncha, Shaka, Shalbali, and Pushkar. And every Dvipa is surrounded by different oceans. Lavana, Ikshu, Sura, Sarpi, Dadhi, Kshira, Shuddhodaka, like that. I'm not going to those details. He gives a very elaborate details of the ancient geography, the cosmic geography, or the sacred space as we call. So in this way, how vast is space? And then he comes to the rivers and mountains. We all know the seven great mountain ranges: Mahendra, Malaya, Sahya, Shiktiman, Ruksha, Vindhya, and Paryatra. So also the seven rivers: Asikni, Purshni, Vitasta, Vipasha, Shuttadru, Sindhu, Saraswati, and also the other set of seven: Ganga, Yamuna, Sindhu, Saraswati, Godavari, Narmada, and Kaveri. And also various provinces in India. There are 56 Chappan as we call, Panchashat, Anga, Vanga, Kalinga, like that. It gives a very long list of that. And then we have the Dakshina Patha, the southern India, and Uttara Patha, the northern India, and western India, the Paschima Desha, and the eastern India, the Purva Desha, like that. And then the Aryavarta, the Indo-Gangetic plain as we call. Aryavarta should not be confused to anything connected to the race, because we know all this has been debunked. And we know that Arya has its root in Ril, Karshani, means to plow. It means it's a cultivable land, the land which is meant for agriculture. The vast space between Himalaya and Vindhya, between the two rivers, Ganga and Sindhu, is a very vast plain. It's fertile with alluvial soil. And Karshana means tilling, plowing. So that is connected with plowing and tilling. That is called Arya Desha. And people who are cultural like that, the first ever culture is agriculture. And after that only all other cultures came. So agriculture is the basis of our culturing. And that is Aryavarta. And then Brahmavarta, the province near Haryana, that is the Kurukshetra. Brahma means Veda. In the Rigveda, everywhere the word Brahma is used in the concept of the Veda, the highest wisdom. And so where the Vedas were first revealed, where the Vedas were first realized, that space is called Brahmavarta. And the whole of India is called Yajna Desha. Yajna Desha means it is meant for Yajna. Yajna means sharing. Yaj, Pujaya, Sangati Karane, Dane, like that we have the etymology. Respectful, affectionate, interactive sharing is called yajna. And that's why in the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Shri Krishna gives Japa yajna, Dravya yajna, many such yajnas. And even this seminar itself is a yajna, Jnana yajna. Like that we have yajna having many layered concept. And this way, Yajna Desha, the whole of India is called Yajna Desha. And then he starts giving the features of various countries and various sites and various places. For example, Malaya mountains are known for their sandalwood trees. And then the Tamraparni river in South India, known to have pearl oyster culturing. Like that, every region has its importance. He starts giving all those things. Why I'm giving these details? Because when we are presenting dance, when we are performing, when we are enacting a play, if you have the knowledge of these things, if you have knowledge of these places, you'll be immediately connecting to that for Abhinaya. That's why I said my paper is highly rooted in soil. It's highly rooted in spatiality and temporality. Unlike the philosophical discourses, which are equally important, this is very much connected with prayoga. For example, when a dancer is presenting a Jaideva Sashtapadi by name Nindati Chandana Mindu Kirana Manuvindati Kheda Madhiram Vyala Nilaya Milanena Garalamiva Kalayati Malaya Samiram. When Malaya mountains, the breeze which is touching me, it is burning me. Because why Malaya mountains breeze is very important. The southern mountains which contain the sandwood. And the sandwood trees are always encoiled by serpents. And serpents are fond of fragrance. These are all things which are involved in our classical treatment. And so, in spite of the breeze which is associated with the sandal trees, the serpents which are coiling them and their poison, that is making me agitated, that is making me desperate. So, Vyala Nilaya Milanena Garalamiva, Vyala Nilaya means it is the abode of serpents, Garalamiva. So, poisonous is the breeze. When Radha is separated by Krishna, even the cool breeze, fragrant breeze from South India will be burning and will be poisonous. So, this way of understanding will become very important. So, Rajshekara gives many such things. And also the various styles and various regional preferences which are involved there. And for that, we have to go to the first chapter of Rajshekara. It's a very, very metaphorically beautiful story. Once the three deities, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara, and their consorts, they are meeting. And every consort of Vishnu and Shiva, whether it is Parvati or Lakshmi, they are having their children. Parvati has Skanda, Kumara, and Ganesha, Ganapati. And of course, Manmata is the beloved son of Lakshmi. But Saraswati has no sons. Saraswati has no daughters. Saraswati has no offsprings. And that's why Saraswati thought of creating one person by name Kavya Purusha. Kavya Purusha, though represents poetry, in essence, he is the person of art. He is man of art. But he was not allowed in the heaven. Then he got dejected and he was roaming everywhere. And then to bring him back, Parvati created another beautiful lady by name Sahitya Vadhu, means the bride of literature, the bride of poesy. And the Kavya Purusha and Sahitya Vadhu, they got married. And this marriage, it took place in central India. Rajshekara says it was in his birthplace, Vatsagulma or Vachormi, near Maharashtra, near Nagpur. And then they had a honeymoon trip. It's a very interesting thing. In all the four corners of India, in all the four directions of India, they moved around. And wherever they moved, they adopted their respective foods, their respective dresses, their respective jewelry, ornaments, and then the styles of movement and the languages, everything of the region they adopted. And thus, the regional styles, they emerged, they got emerged. We know from Natya Shastra that we have vrittis and pravrittis. Vrittis are essential modes of operation, artistic operation, while pravrittis are regional preferences. We have Bharati Vritti, Kaishiki Vritti, Arabati Vritti, and Satvati Vritti. And we have pravrittis. Panchali Pravritti, Vodhamagadi Pravritti, Avanti Pravritti, Dakshinatya Pravritti. Dakshinatya Pravritti is southern Indian, Vodhamagadi is eastern Indian, Panchali is western Indian, northern Indian, and then Panchali is northern Indian, and then we have the Avanti, that is of the western Indian. So these regional styles, regional movements, regional melodies, regional foods, all these things, they got emerged from the honeymooning of Kavya Purusha and Sahitya Vadu, like that. He brings out that. This is a very metaphorical significance. Our India is manifolded in its expression. We know our Indian concept of integrity is not in diversity, it is in variety. So this way of variety that becomes all the more important in the light of vrittis and pravrittis. Vritti is a realization, while pravritti is an expression. Vrittis are more fundamental, and that's why they are philosophical in nature, while pravrittis are more application oriented, and that's why they are tangible. This way of tangibility and intangibility, what we call the experience, anubhava, and expression, abhivyakti, both are very important. Intangible is avyakta and tangible is vyakta. In these ways, Rajshekhara's expression, Rajshekhara's observations can be understood. He gives a detailed classification of time also, starting from Kastha, which is a small unit of time. He goes up to the year, Varsha or Samvatsara, Kastha, Kala, Muhurta, Dina, Ratri, Paksha. Paksha means a fortnight. And Masa, whether it is solar month or lunar month, he gives that Saura or Chandra Masa. And Ayana, half year, Dakshinayana and Uttarayana. And Rutu, they have the seasons, 6 seasons. Even from the Vedas, they have the 6 seasons: Vasanta, Grishma, Varsha, Sharat, Hemanta, and Shishira. And then the Rutu Sandhis means the overlapping of 2 Rutus. Vasanta has 2 months by name Chaitra and Vaishakha. The second half of Vaishakha, that means the second Paksha of Vaishakha, and the first Paksha of Jyeshtha, that is the first month of Grishma, when they get overlapped, how the seasons will get changed and how the transition happens. The transition is very gradual, it will be shown. Incidentally, we can draw parallel from Natyashastra and the tradition of Natyashastra. They have bhavas, vibhava, anubhava, vyabhichari bhava, sthayi bhava, many such bhavas are there. Of them, one term is called bhavasandhi. Bhavasandhi means the shift from one bhava to the other. For example, when Bhima got irritated because of the mischievous words of Krishna during the time of Sandhi, when Krishna was going on a treaty, on a mission of treaty, he chided Bhima. You have become calm, you have become cool. It is not your way. You should be agitating, you should be furious. That is always better for you. Like that, Krishna starts chiding and says, you are not a heroic person no more. And all that. Then Bhishma gets irritated. And then he gradually gets back to his composure. This change from irritation to composure, that gradual change or shift, the transition is called Bhavasandhi. Anandavardhana, one of the greatest aestheticians of the world, and perhaps the greatest of Indian aestheticians, he says about Bhava, Bhavasandhi, Bhavashapalata, Rasabhasa, Bhavabhasa, and many such things, which all become appealing. If a performer knows these things, where to stop, how to get merged. We know in painting, direct colors, when they are involved, they can be demarcated clearly. At the same time, there can be gradual shift or transition, like what happens in Vibgaya. This way of knowing the things and also practicing them and to bring out in the form of art is very important. Rajshekhara highlights such points in a subtle manner. And then he gives the features of Rutus, the seasonal flowers, fruits, and the vegetables, behavior of the animals and birds, because some of the seasons will be breeding seasons and some will not. And then agriculture, the skyscape, seascape, landscape, occupations of people, and then the nature of rivers and forests and their ways, how the flora and fauna will change from season to season, and the lifestyle of people, for example, food, clothing, embellishment, medicine, sports, pastimes, and whatnot. The whole of culture is being given. Why this becomes important? Because we have one thing called Uddipana Vibhava. We all know from the Natya Shastra, the modus operandi of rasa is E is equal to mc square. That is what in physics we know. The unifying equation of Einstein. Likewise, the unifying equation in our art is Vibhavanubhava Vyabhichari Sanyoga Rasa Nishpatti. How rasa is realized through the synthesis of Vibhava, Anubhava, Vyabhichari Bhava. All these three get synthesized and our own Sai Bhava, the latent, the dormant, the permanent emotions, as we know, Pratihasa, Krodha, Jugupsa, and others, they get sublimated and transformed into a rasa. And here we have the Vibhava. Vibhava is two-folded. One is Alambana and the other is Uddipana. Alambana Vibhava means it is the emotional substratum that we need. For example, to Radha, Krishna was the Alambana Vibhava. To Sita, Rama was the Alambana Vibhava in love. At the same time, Krishna was the Alambana Vibhava to Yashoda for her Vatsalya. So the persons may be same, but the emotions will be different. Duryodhana was the Alambana Vibhava of Krodha to Bhima. Likewise, it goes on. This Alambana Vibhava means based on that substratum of emotion, the rest of the things will got built. And then we have Uddipana Vibhava. Uddipana Vibhava means they come to enhance that, they come to enrich it. For example, we need starch. Starch in the form of potato or starch in the form of rice or whatsoever. And that is the Alambana Vibhava. But we can't consume them directly. Then we need certain spices, certain side dishes. All such side dishes will become Uddipana Vibhava. Here Rajshekara is speaking, and even the Natya Shastrakara, that is the great Muni Bharata, is also pointing towards the nature of Uddipana Vibhava. We know from Natya Shastra, the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 26th chapters, these 5 chapters, they deal directly or indirectly, elaborately or incidentally, in a passing way or in a detailed manner, some of these features of the Uddipana Vibhava. These 5 chapters called Samanya Abhinayadhyaya, Bhagyopacharādhyaya, Tripurusha Prakriti Bhedadhyaya, Chitrabhinayadhyaya, and Prakriti Patra Vivekadhyaya. Here, in Samanya Abhinaya, we have the features of Kamopachara, means how the agencies of love, they enhance love. For example, a duty. Duty means a messenger. How she will enhance the love between the hero and the heroine in the form of an Uddipana Vibhava. Uddipana Vibhava can be a thing, or an animal, or a bird, or a river, or a mountain, or a flower, or a person. For example, moonlight, cool breeze, spring season, pleasant ambience, they naturally enhance Shringara. While the converse, that is pitch darkness, or scorching summer, and then unbearable heat, and very dull mood, arid area, or the desert, it may not enhance the aspect of love. Likewise, the agencies in the form of persons, the friends which come, they join us, they kindle the aspect of love, the fire of love in us. They take messages, they bring messages, they forge love, they forge friendship. That is how the people will become important as Uddipana Vibhava. Natya Shastakara writes about that. Likewise, even the season, even the space, even the time, that will become Uddipana Vibhava. And then in Samanya Abhinaya, we have Kamopachara aspect. There, Dutis will be coming, Sakhis will be coming, they will be attending. For example, the heroine Radha, when she is in deep viraha, separation, one Sakhi will come and start fanning so as to keep her cool and calm. Other Sakhi will come and tries to distract her mind from Krishna by drawing her to other jovial conversations. Like that, this may happen. That is Kamopachara. Vatsyayana in this Kama Sutra reads many things about that. Now you see, I have come from Rajshekara to Natya Shastra to Kama Shastra, and so many things. All these Shastras are interconnected with each other. And they are, that's why called Samana Tantra. Samana Tantra means they go hand in hand. They are meant for the interdisciplinary study and understanding of these things. And then we have the Sri Purusha Prakriti Bheda, the nature of people, the nature of human beings. And Chitra Abhinaya, this chapter, the 25th chapter of Natya Shastra, it deals with seasons. How various seasons will come as an aid for presentation of a dance or presentation of a theatrical play like that. And in Prakriti Patra Viveka, that is the 26th chapter, they have Pusta Karma, how the things will be built, and then how a person has to act the role or character of a person in literature. That is called Rupanurupa, Anurupa, and then Virupa. I'm not going to those details, but Rajshekara's idea of space and time, they trigger so many things and they have the ripples of many such concepts. And then we come to the season festivals also. I told about the Kala Vibhaga. Kala Vibhaga means understanding of time. The seasons are very important. And the seasons are connected to the respective festivals of the season. In classical India, we have so many festivals connected to every season. For example, in spring season, going to gardens, plucking jasmine flowers, wreathing them into garlands, and then wearing them, sending them as gift to the beloved, and getting some gifts of the same kind from our beloved, and wearing them, and moving around in moonlight. That used to be a great festival called Kunda Chaturthi. Likewise, the mango season, it is in summer. There, the fresh mangoes will be bought or will be plucked from tree, and they will be exchanged. And then the Jhula, as we call Dola Krida, means the joy of swing, sitting in a swing and enjoying the beauty of swing, enjoying the thrill of swing. That used to be one more festival, Dola Krida. And then Kadamba Yuddha. In rainy season, we have the Kadamba flowers. Fighting with Kadamba flowers, throwing Kadamba flowers on each other, and then conducting a festival. And then the fresh waters which flow in the rivers in rainy season, they will be collected, they will be taken in parts, and then they will be used for different purposes, and that is Navodaka Grahana. And in the autumn season, that is Sharat Kala, we have the Navaratra, the Puja in Bengal, and so many festivals will happen in those days. And there used to be whole night, starlit nights, lamp-lit nights, that is called Yaksharatri. And Kaumudi Jagara, whole night having no sleep, that is sleepover as we call. Everywhere the couples will be sitting, they'll be enjoying, they'll be exchanging riddles. Pratimala means Antyakshari, and then Prahelika, and then dance. Antyakshari in the form of dance, that is called Nritya Pratimala. Such things will all be enjoyed there. And then Madanotsava, that is in the end of winter, in the early spring, Madanotsava, where the image of Manmatha, the Lord of Love, will be installed along with his consort Rati. They'll be worshipped with Ashoka flowers, and everywhere you'll be having the Abira. Abira means what we have, the color water, which will be sprinkled on one another. It will all go on. Like that, many festivals are associated with that. And even getting the dolls married, Panchalanuyana, doll marriage. The hero and heroine, they come in the form of groups. Hero will be having his friends, and her friends both come with their respective dolls, the bride and the groom, and they get married. And we have a great lot of fun. Ancient India is known for such jubilees. All these things are explained by a contemporary of Rajshekara by name Bhojaraja. We all know many stories which are spun around Raja Bhoja of 10th century common era, Paramara king who ruled from Dhara. In his Sringara Prakasha, an encyclopedic work, and also another work of him by name Saraswati Kantabharana, another complementary work of him on saying aesthetics. There we have lots such details. In that way, we'll be having so many festivals connected with these seasons, and they can be used effectively for dance. Why I'm saying this? In dance, so many centuries will be cropping up. Many times they will become dull and bald. The same dice playing, the same hide and seek, the same things will be shown. Why not the other things? If you look into a work like Sridhar Prakash of Bhoja, or Kavniyons of Rajshekara, or even Saraswati Kantar of Bharada of Bhoja, or even Sahitya Niyons of Mankha, you'll be knowing so many things. And as a complement, we have the concept of Tinai from Tamil. To think that the culture of Tamil Nadu is entirely different from that of the other part of India is a misnomer, is a wrong thing. Having known Tamil as my household language and having read the literature of Tamil with the many other literatures of India, that is Hindi or Telugu or Kannada or other languages, I have come to clear conclusion in the basis of Sanskrit, Prakrit and other languages of ancient India. The culture of India is one and the same. Everywhere we see the same beautiful Sanatana Dharmic majesty, grandeur, and grace. And Tamil culture is no way different. That can be revealed from the very first available book of Tamil. The first book in Tamil, which is available till now, is Tolkappiyam. Tolkappiyam, the very name indicates that the first thing connected with poetry. Kappiyam is the derivative of Kavya of Sanskrit. And there, in the third chapter, Puruladhikaram, we have the first two chapters connected with Ahattinayiyal and Purattinayiyal. Ahattinay means that is connected with love, the conventions of love, and Purattinay connected with conventions of heroism. One is Sringara and the other is Veera. Tinay is one Tamil word which has so many layers of meaning, ultimately boiling down to one thing called conventions and practices, observations. And they deal with the groups of people, communities, areas, space, dwelling, and so many things. It has mainly 5 tinays. The 4 main and the 5th one as an auxiliary one. Mullai Tinay, Kurinji Tinay, Marudam Tinay, Naidil Tinay, and finally Palay. Here, Kurinji is the location which is set in the slopes of the hills of South India. And then Marudam is set in villages. And then Mullai is again set in lands which are located in between the mountains and the villages, the outskirts. And then Neidil is on the seashore, and Palay is on the arid area, desert. And here you'll be knowing the hero and heroine will be having their love, which is developed at various phases, and facing challenges to their love will all happen in these provinces, in these places. In Kurinji, means it is in the slopes and the hilly region, the love gets blossomed, and in the Neidal, they get separated because Neidal is a seashore area where the heroine will be going on an expedition on sea. We all know in ancient India, they were great navigators. It was a great maritime culture. People used to go to Southeast Asian countries and even to Rome and other places of Western hemisphere. So there used to be deep separation. That is Vipralambha. And then we have deep separation, which is very, very paining and hurtful. That is felt in Palay, means arid area, desert becoming a representation of Viraha. And then Marudam. Marudam means that is the outskirts of villages. And there, in spite of hero coming, heroine will have her own doubts. In his overseas assignments, did he had affairs with other ladies, other persons, like that she'll be having some confusion and some disbelief. This is what happens with the Khandita Naika. That happens there. And in Mullai, that is in the villages, in the fields, ultimately all their problems will be resolved and they'll be united. And this is how it happens in the villages. And these 4 areas, Mullai, Kurinji, Marudam, and Neidil, they basically represent 4 flowers. Mullai means the jasmine. Kurinji means that mountain flower which will blossom once in 12 years. Even today, we can see in Nilgiri mountains, in Malaya mountains of South India, you can see that. And then Marudam is a eternal beautiful flower. And Neidal, of course, is water lily. This is how, even from the perspective of Tamil literature, this pair of areas, different areas, connect with the different seasons, different flowers, and different aspects of love that again get connected with the Uddipana Vibhava. So ultimately speaking, Uddipana Vibhava is a spatio-temporal construct. I have elaborately discussed this Uddipana Vibhava and I made a detailed study of it for my senior research fellowship from HRD before some 20 years or so. There I have elaborately written these things with the special reference to Shringara, because we know, in spite of having many rasas, it is in Shringara we have the elements of all other rasas. And that's why it is Shringara Rasaraja. This is Uddipana Vibhava. They get connected to every rasa. And to every rasa, we need vibhavas and anubhavas. And in vibhavas, we have again alambana and uddipana. So this spatio-temporal constructs, they are inseparable with rasa nishpatti. Hence, our understanding of space and time empowers us, makes us capable to realize rasa better, present rasa better, and even to forge the equation of Bharata so that our presentation will become richer, multi-layered, and suggestive. Thank you. Thanks a lot. If you have any questions and if time is permitted, I'll be glad enough to face them. Whether I'll be answering them to the point of convincing or not, it is not known, but I'll make a sincere attempt to answer the questions if any. Thank you. Namaskar.
Namaste, Ganeshji. That was thoroughly enjoyable.
Pranam, pranam, namaste. Thanks
Namaste.
for excellent lecture.
Priyanka, namaste.
So, if I would open the session for anybody to share anything, I think it has been a wonderful gathering for all of them. Rather than asking question, well, at least I can speak from my end. As our Ganeshji continued his speech, I could see, as Padma Subramanianji last day mentioned, that Vachika, it's the most powerful aspect.
Namaste,
And
namaste, namaste, Didi, namaste.
Namaste.
Namaste, namaste, namaste. Didi, I have frozen back today. You know, I'm suffering from my frozen back yesterday night. I can't move, I can't sit, I can't walk. Okay.
Oh,
Sorry, I apologize for this. I have to go to consult with the doctor here. What happened, you know.
very
But please,
sorry.
deliver the lecture. Thank you, Didi. Pranam. And pranam to Ganesh. Namaste.
Yeah.
Namaste. Ganesh, namaste. Pranam. Sorry, I can't move. I
No
can't do
problem, no
anything.
problem.
Sorry.
I wish you for a speedy recovery.
Namaste. Namaste.
Frozen shoulder.
so as he says, spatiotemporal things affect us. We can see it happening right in front of us, what cold has done to him. And so, as he was mentioning, just to continue what I was telling, I'm so thrilled. I'm sorry. I beg pardon from the others that as he spoke, I could feel the Prafulla Chutankura as we have studied, and we can see how the Tikshana Sayaka and how people actually become in the Striya Sakama, Pavana Sugandhi. So all these things, just like a miniature painting, were coming, getting taking shape and coming to life in front of me. And so here lies what he so wonderfully says, that how tangible and intangible both are required, and you need to be rooted in order to let the tree blossom. Only then you will understand. Once Gopinath Kavirajji mentioned that we need to understand the Bharatvarsha first before forging into any other lucid or lofty ideas, because the Bharatvarsh, it has got the Agni, and so it has its own characteristic. And so we get to see various expressions in various provinces. If we will not celebrate them, we will not be able to reach the core, which constitutes Bharatvarsha as we are trying to perceive through the lens of Sanatana Dharma, which is the ever-flowing stream of consciousness, of love, of joy. And we see this is why it's all Anandam, Anandam, Anandam. So thank you so much, Ganeshji. And if you would allow, one day I would definitely be like to be a student and learn from you. That would be a privilege. Namaskar. So with this, with others' permission, let us move ahead and welcome our next speaker. We are also privileged to have another senior research scholar with us today. I welcome Maya ji. Thank you, Maya ji, for taking some time for us. And to introduce her in a few words, Maya Das is an entrepreneur and an active theatre artist, theatre worker for social causes. On one hand, on the other, she's guiding students for research in dance, music, and allied arts, aiming to create consciousness of theatre among audition audience. Through awareness campaigns, they want to educate the masses in remote areas. She started her career as lecturer in Utkal Sangeet Mahavidyalaya and taught for 30 years and retired as the principal. Her dance career spans over a decade since 1960, and she received PhD for her research on Odissi dance. She started her organization Abhinay Jagruti Institute of Theatre in 2001. The institute promotes theatre and social awareness, being the president of the organization, actively participating in the organizing and guiding the students of the institution. She has performed extensively all over India and abroad and has authored 7 Odia plays and many books on dance, namely Abhinay Chandrika and Odissi Dance, Hand Gestures in Odissan Treaties, the Noti Nataka, and Pancha Nataka, to name a few. Today, she will be focusing onto what we are trying to understand, as Ganeshji mentioned, that various kshetras that we have, Odramagadhi, Dakshinata, Panchali, Avanti, and she will be focusing on Odramagadhi, and she will share her paper titled Odra Nritya and Abhinaya Chandrika. I welcome Mayaji to share her speech.
Namaskar. Before I start, I will just pray. Ganesha, Namami Vignarajam Tam Kalpavrukshastalasthitham Umaputram Mahakayam Dantinam Chandritya Kovidam. This is the first opening shloka of Abhinaya Chandrika. Abhinaya Chandrika is a regional text. As Ganeshji also told, that pravrittis always influence. Even Bharata was aware of it. He said, Chaturvida pravrittischa prokta natya pravrittibihi avanti dakshinatya cha panchali cha udra magadhi. Here, udra, that word, is the catch. Here, we explain the Udra Nritya of Abhinay Chandrika. Abhinay Chandrika says Udra Nritya was always there since Bharata, but he presupposes all his predecessors like Bharata, Nandikeshwara, Shrangadeva, and other Odissan authorities, even Sahitya Darpana, everyone. But he has his own classifications. He has his own renderings. So we will discuss on this. This is a separate class of Udra Nritya, he has explained. First, to start with, Abhinay Chandrika is written by Maheshwar Mahapatra, and he has it is almost in 1764, late 18th century. It's a regional text with not very chaste or literary Sanskrit. Only has rendered everything technical text. So I have also translated, which will be out very recently. This treatise's author does not follow earlier literature blindly. You see many regional texts just go verbatim, but he does not do that. I'll just go through Udra Nrutya, what he has explained line by line, not line by line, but just introduce you to the Udra Nrutya, what he has done. There are 3 chapters. One is Nrutya Khanda and Bhava Khanda and Chanda Khanda. Nrutya Khanda is the Angika Binaya, as you know, but Bhava Khanda has also lots of, say, in the first Khanda, he denotes hand gestures. And the Bhava Khanda, he denotes applications. So there are very confused way, haphazardly has arranged his thing. In the first chapter, we have 286 verses, including the colophon. Here, he follows Ganesha and then goes straight, saying, first is Padamudras. There are 4 Padamudras, that is Sama, that is Thamba, he says, Kumbha, and Dhanu, and Mahapada. He says, for Udra Nrutya, these are the 4 necessity Padamudras, because he also knows that Bharata has stated Sama, Vishama, Suchi, Agratala, Sanchara, everything, but it firms on these 4. Next comes to the Hasta Mudra, which is very interesting because positions of hands placed, it's known as Karakshetrani, says these matter a lot. There are 15 Karakshetras, which is 15 Karakshetras, say by here. He says, by these Karakshetras, there will be different meanings to the poses. Say, for example, if you place a finger on your lips, it shows expression of dissatisfaction or abhimana, what you say. And Hastamudras are again divided into 4. 4 like Samyuta, Asamyuta, Putita, and Vishama. As we know, Samvita is found everywhere, but here Samyuta doesn't mean combined hand gestures. They are single hand gestures, but he says it is combined with Bhava Prakashana Bhangi. It is with Bhavas, meaning gestures showing Bhava, so he calls it Samyuta. In this, there are 16 hand gestures. So this also means, next we go to Asamyuta. Asamyuta Hasta are single hand gestures, but here Asamyuta is all like Karanas of Bharata. He says this is total posture, he says. Say, for example, I'm quoting Hamsa Paksha. He says, you hold like this or like this. So it gives a meaning, and he also gives the position of legs, how to move, how to express. These are 18 in number, 28 in number. Next, he goes to the Putita. Putita is like very, very crude form with Mukharagas and also very Vikruta Mukharagas. That's what he says. And then he comes to the Bandha. Putita is again divided into 2. That is Baddha Putita and Putita. Putita, I told you, it shows only the crude form with Lalanatmaka, that is showing like this, and with hands. So Next, Baddha Putita is the bandhas. Still today it is practiced by our practitioners of Guttipu. They produce these bandhas. Bandhas are 10 according to him. Gagana, Torana and all that. And then he comes to the talas, divisions of Nritya. Divisions of Nritya, he says, Lasya is the main thing in Odissi dance. So Lasya is divided into two, that is Yugma and Yovata. These divisions, Yugma is a duet dance. It's not very chaste, but Yovata is the dance which is to be promoted. And again, it is divided into the Vikata, Parvana, and Lagu. Vikata is the dances of rural nature, and Parvana is according to festivities. Lagu is the dance. What we say this to show Udra Nritya. And comes the divisions of, just a minute, different types of dances. Here he says there are different types of dances in India, that is Magadhi, Shoraseni, Karnata, Gouda, Panchali, and the best amongst this is Udra Nritya according to him, because he is a great influencer of Udra Nritya. And comes the Tandava. Tandava is defined as male dancing. Abhinay Chandrika defines it is a dance of difficult and peculiar physical movements. He also mentions that it is a combination of Arabati, Vritti and dance. Abhinay Chandrika divides Tandava into two, that is Pevali and Bohurupa. Pevali is described as the refined classical form of acrobatic poses, and it can be termed as Bandha again. And Bohurupa is the male dancing performed by several dancers. They are dressed like Shiva, that is done in the rural things, and with lots of elaborate masks. Medha, he calls it Medha. It's a local colloquial term, Medha. And then comes talas. He gives many talas, which are not practiced anymore. As you know, in Gita Govinda also we have so many talas which are not practiced today, and we don't know. But he has given how many tala divisions are there in each tala and all that. But it's not practiced anymore. Then comes Chari. Chari is of two kinds. It is Bhumi and Gagana. It is done in every book. It is Bhumi. The Charis mentioned by our author belongs to Desi class. We know in Sangeet Ratnakara, there are many Desi movements and Desi things. Here also these are Desi. These is not according to Bharata. And this, many of them are known only through our author and practiced in Udra Nritya, Odissi dance of today. Then comes traditional dances. Here Yugma and Yovata, and here Yugma and Vikata kinds of dances are explained. Then he comes to costume and jewelry. Costume is very minimal. He gives a trikacha, basic trikacha for underneath, and a kanchala. But ornaments from head to toe, he gives a very vivid explanation. And then comes the Bhava Khanda. This contains 346 verses, including the colophon. In this chapter, we find mixed elements of dance with bhava and rasa. Here, rasa, he explains first. As we know, he says rasa is the ultimate thing. And also he explains its guardian deities. Bhava, author says, bhava is the main element to connect with the spectators. 3 bhavas are given. He has neglected vibhava and anubhava. He thinks for a dancer, vibhava, anubhava is created. Alambana, uddipana is all created. But he stresses on 3 bhavas, that is sattvika bhava mainly, and he says it is of 3 kinds, like sattva, raja, and tama. He does not mention these bhavas. And then we come to alankaras. Alankaras, graces of women, are explained in full for the benefit of female dancers. This is a great adaptation from Natya Shastra and Natya. Here, this is an adaptation from Natya text to Nritya text. Natural graces like Vilasa, Leela, Vichiti, Vibrama, etc. and involuntary graces like Shobha, Kanti, Deepti, and others are discussed. Then comes Nritta. Division of Nritta is discussed, laying importance on Tandava, Karana, Bandha, and Bhattu Nritya. This Bhattu Nritya attracts very, very attention by the dancers. Here, now in the contemporary dance also, we have a item in the repertoire called Bhattu Nritya. Somebody says it is like Shiva's Bhatukeshwara Nritya, but he has a different explanation where he says Bhattu Nritya is like Shiva dancing Tandava. This can be, there is a sequence of moments where it can be recreated into an item by the practicing dancers. Then comes the Kutapa. Here, seating arrangements of the audience is given, placement of the king, his ministers, placement of Ishta Devata on stage. Still now, till today, Ishta Devata on stage by the Odissi dancers. They are placing Jagannatha, sometimes Jagannatha, Subhadra, and Balabhadra on stage. And first she has to offer flowers to them. That's what he also explains. Then we come to Drushti. Drushti is eye movements. 18 types of glances are explained or enumerated with a movement of eyebrows also, and also head positions wherever necessary. This is all peculiar to Abhinaya Chandrika. Usually head positions are explained, head divisions like Sama, Urdhva, and all that. But he explains glances with head postures and also eyebrow movements whenever necessary. Then comes 9 lip movements. He calls it Mukhabeda and movements of mouth. Lip movements, Kshudra, Vistara, and also how you bare your teeth and all that is explained. For expressing rasas, he says these are necessary. And then we go to Mukharaga. Mukharaga, we know in Sattvika Bhava, there is Vaivarnya, that is change of color. But Mukharagas are expressed on the face. Bharata has also explained this with divisions of Mukaragas where colors of face are discussed. Here, these are of 9 kinds. He goes on to explain this. Next comes the Vaksha movements. In Bhava, he adds these things, which is a strange thing. Vaksha, chest movements are of 3 kinds. That is to the right, to the left, and also straight. And comes Kati. 4 kinds of waist movements are enumerated. Odissi dance says waist movements are prohibited now because they believe in chest movements like this or like this. But he says without waist movements, Pada cannot move. So he insists that Kati should be a part of the body movement. He also gives Uttunga, Tunga, Uttunga for the right, for the left. So he has given Kati movements. And again he divides the Lasya into 2. That is Sarava and Nirava. Sarava is the Abhinaya of contemporary dance. Abhinaya is all in all classical dances. So Sarava is the Abhinaya, like miming words. And whereas Nirava is not miming, the Nirava. It is Nritta with Angavikshepanam, with Angas moving. Next comes Mandala. The division is based according to accompaniment of instruments and singers with the dancers. In Uttama Mandala, the dancer is Uttama and she performs before Devata in the temple or before for the deity where she has a female singer and 4 instruments. In the Madhyama Mandala, she performs before the king and she is surrounded by Kansya, Mardala and all that. In the Adhama Mandala, it is they dance before the public, that is Rasa, Ullasa, Vilasa, with different kinds of acrobatic poses. Then comes the Prayoga Vidhi. This is very, very peculiar, saying he goes on giving applications for the Sanyuta Hastas and Asanyuta Hastas. Asanyuta Hastas, we know they are mere poses. They can be taken as dance movements. So, but he explains how they can be executed. Then comes the Chanda Khanda. That is, it has 331 verses in the Chanda Khanda. Here, music is explained. Music has 10 divisions. 7 swaras are discussed. The deities of 7 swaras are also discussed here. This is, he also gives a beautiful explanation of Nrityarambha, how a dance performance should begin. So there should be alap, where the dancer should not move. So she should move when the percussion instruments or the mridangam starts. Mridanga starts. Now it's called as pakhavach. Starts and not in the first avartana. In the next avartana she dances. So this is a very, very strange explanation. He has also divided dances into three. That is Sattva, Raja, and Tama. And also according to Swaras, he goes on, according to Swaras, he suggests expressions also for the Swaras. Then comes a very, very strange thing. He explains 25 kinds of folk and traditional dances of Odisha. And all of them exist even today. Like Ranapa, like you say Bansorani Khelo, that is, she moves on the rope with a bamboo in her hand. Like many of these explanations are given. And I have a manuscript I've collected way back 45 years back with me. It has many illustrations, almost 14 illustrations in them. So he has given how they move, even the tribal style dances. Next comes Mridanga, the important accompanying instrument in Odissi dance. He also explains the construction of Mridanga. Here the author explains how Mridanga sounds are produced and asks the dancer to learn those things according to fingering so that she can compose dancing. And then comes Panchahetu. This is an important, or we can say this is very important to dancers, because he thinks this has to be learned. Panchahetu is 5 important steps analyzed very effectively. First is the Gitartha of the song. Gitartha means the Gitas, the songs. The dancer should know how she should express those things. Then comes the Thani. Thani is a Odia word. Thani is he also says Nyasa. Later masters told that is whatever you do, at the end you should stop. That is Nyasa, a Thani. Thani is the posture. And Upama, as we know in the Abhinaya, there'll be one line. You connect with similes to many things and bring even one line is brought with many meanings. That is the Upama. So the Upama must be taken with right gestures. And then Nivritti. Nivritti is the 5 you have an intermediate pauses with music. So how to do it? Intermediary passes, the dancer should plan those things. Either she moves back or that she comes back forward. And the Antara. And Antara is the last, where there should be climax. That's what Abhinay Chandrikakara or our Maheshwar Mahapatra explains. Then comes Marga. Marga is the movement on stage where how a dancer should move. That is Mandala. Mandala is the circular movement. Varga Marga is the squarish movement. When she pauses at every point, square. And then comes the Naga Marga, the serpentine movement. And then comes the Pankaja. You know, you have seen Odissi dance. There is an item called Pallavi, where the dancer draws lotus, Pankaja, on the stage. So that is, next comes Pata. Pata is the style of placing foot in time with the music, which should be very important. Then comes the Pali. Pali discusses the movements on stage according to the figures they draw on the ground of the stage. There are 4 kinds: circular, square, serpentine, again pankajal. This is Patha. Then comes, there are, in due course of time, in moments, he has given many Odia words. That is the Odia things. They are asana. Asana is the posture of sitting. Stira, Vyapini, that's also called. Chira. Chira is spreading legs. Thia is standing. Thani is the style of standing. And Utha, Chali, and Baita. Baita is the, you can see how he has used, it comes to his original things. And then comes Pali, Odia terms, Gati, the walking on stage. As we know, Gati is also very important. How you move on the stage. This is also enumerated. Agrachali, Prushtachali. Agrachali is moving forward. Prushtachali is moving backward. Parshvachali right. Parshvachali left. And then comes a interesting division. That's Kampana, he has explained. I don't think this is used now. How you throb many parts of your body during dance. This is also explained. And then comes the 5 kinds of abhinandanam, that is namaskaras. This he has explained as a complete movement. And then, okay, it's over almost. And then he comes to Ukuta. Ukuta is the rhythm pattern, single, and he gives many examples of that. And last is Phala. The author explains the Chaturvarga Phala Prapti in dance performance. If a dancer performs 10 abhinayas, her all sins are exempted. If the dancer performs 100 things, 100 abhinayas with full devotion, she finds salvation. And the Natya Shala, he gives a big explanation how a Natya Shala should be constructed. It is not the Natya Gruha of Bharata. He has his own things, his own measurements. And so if we think about this, there are here in the last, he has given many examples how dance pieces which can be reconstructed if we want. So this is the salient features I put forth before you. If you are interested, please take this as a text, Shastra, that is the Shastric dance or the classical dance form of Odissi. That's Udra Nrutya. Thank you.
Namaste, namaste, Maya ji. Namaste.
Ji.
Excellent lecture. And just tell us when your book is going to publish in English. Your
it's
first
already
book is with me in Sanskrit.
Yes.
So,
No, it will be, it's on the way. It will be published next month. Okay.
oh, next month. Good, good, good. Very good.
Okay.
So it's a very, I will request all the scholars. She had done a great job, you know. She again re-edited Abhinay Chandrika based on, if I'm not wrong, 3 manuscripts, no, Maya ji?
No, 2 manuscripts. One was with the Puri library, And another I have acquired myself. I haven't shown that because there is no time. I could have shown the illustration.
Illustrations, all the
Yes.
illustration. Yes, you showed me. So, and first, the book is available in Amazon also with the text. Okay. And beautifully, she has edited the text and she has written uh, the things in English. It's not a translation, but overall idea you will get what is there in Abhinay Chandrika. And now she already translated the text in English and it's going to publish in the month of April. So, all my best wishes for your
Thank
new
you.
book. Okay. And
Thank
after
you.
publication, definitely we will going to call you, for another seminar. Okay.
Okay,
Namaste and
thank you.
thanks for a
I
beautiful
think
lecture.
this has, I've done a good thing. You have invited to such a scholarly gamut of erudite scholars. Thank you very much, Dada.
No, no,
Thank
no. No, no, no. It's not like that. It's our duty, because uh, if we can, call, the different, from the different field, the scholars, then, it will fruitful for the future generation to more about, the spatial and temporal dynamics. Okay. Namaste. Namaste.
Namaste, Dada. Thank you.
Namaste. Namaste.
Thank you, Mayaji. Uh, to put it in this way, we all can see that this is turning out to be a wonderful Sangam, as they had, where all the scholars and practitioners used to come together, not only to share and to contribute back to the pool as we were trying to understand over and over again. And so far, it has been a wonderful Sangam for us. Thank you, Mayaji. As she says, we could see how wonderfully she connects the from Bharata Shastra, from Margi to Desi, and how regional expressions that take place. She mentions about words, thani, better. So this is how wonderfully that gets translated actually, but remains the same core actually, and they create the indigenous expression of space. Nevertheless, is the same at the core. We also get to see that she mentions. The places where we can place the mudra. And readily I was reminded of Sangeet Ratnakara, where we get to see the mention of Parshadvayam Purastascha and places where you can do it. So this is the connecting thread that we are trying to understand. And as also our Ganeshji mentioned, how this is how intangible turns tangible. And we can find that thread which can lead us to get connected in a fabric. And so to continue that fabric, the way Kshetra, Kala has weaved all of us together, now I welcome our next speaker, the esteemed Professor Dr. Dipti Bhallaji, to share her way of looking at it, the art and craft of Kerala Pradesham. I would like, but before she begins a speech, I would like to humbly introduce her. Dr. Deepthi Omchari Bhalla is a senior professor of Carnatic music, former dean, head of the Department of Music at the Faculty of Music and Fine Arts, University of Delhi, where she has been teaching since 1985. A gold medalist from University of Delhi, she is an A-grade artist of AIR and top grade artist of Doordarshan and impaneled in the outstanding category by the ICCR. She has done intense research in Sopana Sangeetam of Kerala, along with her mother Padma Shri Dr. Leela Omcheri, and presented many research findings through Mohiniyattam. She has appointed in several national and international festivals, seminars, conducted workshops, leg dems both in India and abroad. There has been her program is telecasted in BBC as Artists at Work, and she has received numerous accolades: Kerala Sangeet Natak Akademi Award, Central Sangeet Natak Akademi Award, Krishna Gana Sabha Award, so on and so forth. She also received the title of Sangeet Nritta Visharad and Nritya Shikhamani. But now I would request Deepthi ji to present her, and I would guide you in your course. Please lead me through. Deepti over.
Yeah, you can
Namaste,
start
namaste,
the
Deepti ji,
Namaste,
namaste,
PLG.
pranam.
Namaste. So
Namaste, namaste,
nice,
pranam,
so
pranam.
nice meeting you again. Can we have the PPT? Here I would just apologize that there is some internet connectivity problem with Delhi. Probably I just, Deep told me it could be because of the mist. So I don't know, when I'm showing some talas and reciting whether I'll really cut across to everybody, but I'll try my best. The topic, first of all, I want to thank PLG for inviting me and all the organizers who have put in this, made an effort, Deep also, in making this such a very absorbing, I would say, seminar, very absorbing. The topic that I've taken today is lyrically enchanting expression of rhythms in music of Kerala. The reason I've taken lyrically enchanting is because that Kerala drumming is very, very intense and complex, especially when you have on the Alaya Sampradaya, that is the ritualistic norms and traditions. In comparison to the Aranga Sampradaya, so you cannot choose many of the expressions of the rhythms, and you cannot incorporate into the dancing mode. And my primary reason of studying these rhythms was in connection with Mohiniyattam, because Mohiniyattam primarily is with predominance of Sahitya, it gives more scope for expressions and Abhinaya than for Nritta, which is generally what you find in Kerala performing art traditions also. So I wanted to, thanks to the support that I received from my late mother, Dr. Leela Omcheri, that I could dwell deep into the rhythmic aspect of several performing art traditions to the region which was once a part of the Travancore capital, Maharajas, that is Tiruvattar Suchindram Parashala Thakalai, which is now a part of the Tamil Nadu region. So we could unearth many genres of composition. Can you hear me? It shows that internet connection. There are many genres of compositions which we could unearth. And also my background of Carnatic music training and teaching, and my 12 years of Kathakali learning, training, gave me the courage to interact with some of the great veteran masters of the Pani tradition of drumming in Kerala temples, and like Nileshwara Shankaramara Rashan, then the Tayambaka Vidwan Achyutamara Rashan, and of course Maddala Shankaravarya Rashan, who was the first to write a book on the learning and playing technique of Maddala. So all these helped me in interacting with these great masters. Now, coming to my my topic today, I'm trying to go as fast as possible. Can we have the second slide, Deep? The second slide. Hello, Deep? Yeah, this is of course a small little slide. I want to show up the Kudakkutha in Kidangur temple, where you show the Lathahasta Kunchita, which is a very common posture that we have adopted in the Kerala art performing traditions. Next slide. And of course, it gives a feeling of virtual movement also you get from this. This is what we adopt in Kathakali. Of course, the temporal and spatial depends upon the foot positions and the foot spacing and all. And of course, the Vadyas. Next. The next. Now, here I would like to say, the before one. The one before this. Yeah. Here I would like to say that the folk music of Kerala remained as the starch root, providing nourishment to all its offshoots. The Vaidika, or the sacred line of music, which later on developed into Marga Sangeeta and Sovana Sangeeta, dwelling in the sanctum sanctorum of Arya and Dravida temples. Laukika, or the secular line, which gradually became the body and spirit of Deshi Sangeeta, to prosper under the patronage of kings and public, paving the way for later Carnatic music. The Natya line, which was a combination of all the three folk, sacred and secular, initially existed in the temple prosceniums like Kudambalam, sacred groves like Kaava, and temporary village stages like Aranga. The root and the grammar were the same in all these schools, and they were all governed by the basic principles of Tauratrika. Can we go to the next? Next slide, please. Now, while I was understanding the Kerala Vrittas, Chandas, and rhythms, I realized that the most important, I would say, the Vritta or the Chandas that you can really understand is from the Tullal songs which have been composed by the legendary Kunjan Nambiar. And the unique feature found in these songs that they are related to, they have been set to the Chandobadha Kriya with two important Kriyas, Sashabda and Nishabda Kriya. And in the Kunjan Nambiar particle, where the actor sings, acts, and dances to the accompaniment of Talam, Maddalam, and Tutti, it is from the verses given in this poetry that we understand the words which are set to different chandas, and we get clarity to the exact delineation of the typical Kerala talas like Kumbha, 20 beats, Marma, 14 beats, Lakshmi, 20 beats again. Now, if you see this Manjari Vritta, it is from, I understood from the Ahilya Moksham, where it is 22 aksharas. And you find the first line is, if you can see my hand, there are 12 aksharas, exact syllables that come into the counts, like Sarvam, Rinyu, Nyan, Urvashi, Cholgaya. These are 12. Garva, Lo Sarvam. So the lo has only, there's just one akshara. So you go back to Sarvam Arinyu. So 12 and 10, 22. Now, when you bring it into perhaps a kind of a Carnatic music Paddhati or Suladi Saptatalas, you find that then it becomes, you can elongate these pauses and make it into a cyclic format, like you find in the Tishrajadi Dhruvatalam. It has the same 22 aksharas, but the spacing between every letter is exactly the same. So exactly similar, so that it comes into a cyclic form. Then can we have the next one? Can we have the next slide, please? The next slide, please. Yeah. Please wait. I just want to say here. Now, some of the talas that you find, which I unearthed from my research along with my mother, was that there was Guru Jampa Talam, there was Raja Vidyadhara Talam, then we had, I had Mudak Talam. All these are Kshetra Talams and some of the folk talas which we could unearth in some compositions. Like there is a Guru Champa Nritya Prabandham especially. Now in this Nritya Prabandhams, it is a Dhrutam followed by 2 laghus. And this system you do not find in Carnatic Suladi Saptatalas. But see how beautifully the composition comes with this particular thala. This Dhrutam, and you have 5 laghus, 3 laghus, but the whole composition gives you such a good feeling, which can be really performed through Mohiniyattam. So this was in Guru Champa. Then there is another Raja Vidyadhara Dundubi Natyam, which is of course one of my favorite choreographies. It is, you have one laghu, you have one guru and 2 dhrutams. So करधृतरुन्दुभिवादितकामं रुन्दुभिनाट्यमहेश्वरयाम् नाट्यमहेश्वरयामं 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 भरदुन्दुभि मृदुनददुन्दुभि सुखकरदुन्दुभि मधुमय दुन्दुभि मधुमय लघुतरदुन्दुभि गुरुपरदुन्दुभि लघुगुरु सहित कविपरदुन्दुभि कविपद there's a jadi into that. So this whole composition, we have a tishram, we have a khandam jadi. Every word, every syllable, every letter is exactly as per the chanda of khanda, tishra, chatusra, mishra, and sankirna. And it's a very beautiful composition which eulogizes Shiva actually. Now, another one is a Nritya Prabandha, which we unearthed in Adi Keshava temple, which is actually has a reclining figure of Vishnu, a replica of which you find today in Padmanabha Swami Kshetra. This Adi Keshava temple is now a part, was in Travancore capital. Now it is a part of Tamil Nadu. Here you find this composition we unearthed was in Tarangani Vritta. Now, because even though it is a Vritta, there is a pattern that flows in such a way that you can actually perform that it is a cyclic pattern. So, it goes in Champada, that is Tarangani Vritta is 4/4 count, so you can put it into a Champada of 8 beats. Tirthasnana Maholsava Vaishnava Agama Vidiyuda Pani Vidhanam Udat Talam Tranka Shariram Guru Laghu Guru Panchamatra Abardam Tirthasnana Maholsava Vaishnava. Now here in the verse itself, the composer seems to have put a vritta there. Mudak talam pranga shariram guru laghu guru panchamatra abardam. So there is a guru, there is a laghu, there is a guru. Again, now when I got this composition, that it has tritiya talam also. When I got this composition, I realized that since there is already incorporated a vritta into that, why not use it, improvise some patterns to suit the nritta aspect of Mohiniyattam. So, inna kita jena kita tam gina gina tam gina gina kita tari kita jena kita tam gina gina dittam gina gina kita tari kita jena kita tam gina gina dittam gina gina kita tari kita jena kita tam gina gina dittam gina gina tam gina gina dittam gina gina tam gina gina tam gina gina dittam gina and it goes back into Champada. So the pattern in which this Nritya Prabandha is very beautifully set to Tarangani Vritta. Taliya Tandava Tasya Visharad Manjula Jalana Manogara Sridhar Yadu Yuvati Jana Mandala Nritta Vishesha Majesha Lankita Madhava Padi Shavatu Yamnama. Now, in this slide, of course, there are many such compositions we unearthed. I'm just going a little faster. This is Kalamaritha Pata, invoking the power of the deity through Niram. Now, here the music has been also connected with Niram, which is colors. The colors that are given to the floral drawing of a deity, which starts from the pada and ends with the drawing of the eyes. And that by that time, the powers with music, the percussion, the singing of dhyana stutis and shlokas how the power of the deity is invoked. And the moment the eyes are drawn, immediately it has to be erased. It cannot be set as it is. Then the process is completed, the ritualistic process. Now here, if you put a little the simple modes, can we have the song here? The song, I said, you can I operate from here? No, I can't do that. No?
തിരുവിരൽ നിരതൻ അരുണിമ ചെമ്മേ വാരി ജനവദല ചാരുത കവരും തിരുവിരൽ നിരതൻ അരുണിമ ചെമ്മേ.
Yeah. Now here you find these modes are very simple. Ni 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 sa 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 ni 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 sa ni 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 da 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 sa sa ni 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 sa. Very simple modes, but you get a feeling of a devotional feeling that comes into the movement of these swaras. Da 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 sa 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 ni 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 sa 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 sa. Bhagavati Jaya Jaya, Bhagavati Jaya Jaya. Next slide. Next slide. Now, these are some of the, of course, instruments. You have the hudukka, the edakya, which is the second. The third is hudukka. Then there is chanda. There is matalam in the second row. There is timila. There is changala, gong, ilathalam, which is kaimani. I mean, the cymbal, and of course, the most important percussion of Kudiyattam Nangaraputta, which is at the last, which is Myriad. And these are some of the very popular, important instruments found in folk, traditional, as well as temple. Can we go to the next slide, please? Parishavadyam is the temple orchestra, which is a very, very important drumming pattern you find in the temple ritualistic norms. Here, what is important here is that the temple vadya and the vadya, they have to strictly adhere to the playing technique which follows the norms of the rituals of that particular art. And so there is not any scope, no liberty given to the vadyakaras to explore, improvise on his instruments. But when the same vadyakara and same vadya, when it comes on to the Aranga Sampradaya, from the Alaya Sampradaya to Aranga Sampradaya, of course, he gets the liberty to improvise upon the instrument based on his training, understanding of the thala, understanding of the instrument, and of course the understanding of the performer who is performing, the demand of the performer who is performing on stage. Can we have the second next slide, please? What I would like to state here is that with the development of raga, which came about, which led to Carnatic music today, the thala became very subordinate to raga. But in Kerala, the drumming became very predominant and thala got free from this servitude. It is an undisputed fact that from very early times, the Vadya Sangeeta of Kerala was more prominent than Vadya Sangeeta, that is the vocal singing. And in Vadya Sangeeta, the Kottu Vadyas, the drumming gained more prominence than the Tanti Vadyas, that is the string instruments. And this I've already told you about the Aranga and the Alaya Sampradaya. This particular slide, I'm not going to show the full. Here, what I have done is, when I learned from a great, interacted with a great master of a folk form, Mailpilitu, late Kurichikumaran Nairashan, I picked up many chandas from the folk form. And one of those chandas I incorporated into my Nritya Prabandha on Adikeshava, showing the Kaliya Tandava Lasya Visharada. Now, how this chanda goes is, it goes in Panchari, it is a 6 beats, and then goes into the 7 beats, that is the what we call as Triputa. So, Tintakatum, So this is one small little chanda, and how I have incorporated into my nritta portion. Just play a little bit deep.
कालिय ताण्डवलास्य विशारद मञ्जुल चलन मनोहर श्रीकर कालिय ताण्डवलास्य विशारद मञ्जुल चलन मनोहर श्रीकर कालिय ताण्डवलास्य विशारद मञ्जुल चलन मनोहर श्रीकर कालिय ताण्डवलास्य विशारद
I could not see the first portion. Okay, I don't know whether I'm really audible or not, and what I'm explaining, is it coming or?
Yeah, you are getting.
Pardon?
Your voice is getting broken in between.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes,
your voice is getting broken in between, Deepti.
So I don't know how far it's going to really help in this demonstration. What about the slides that you are showing? Is it coming correctly? Is it coming?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, okay. So then I don't know whether the talas and all I spoke about, was it really clear?
Most of it.
Or there was missing gaps between the rhythms?
Most of it was audible and visible with a bit of glitches in between.
Okay. So, okay, if the slides are coming all right, audio is in the slides, I think that should suffice for the time being. Now, this is a sopana music. You find that it is not just about rhythm, but also the voice modulation is very, very important, giving a lot of emphasis on the kampita as well as the ahata gamakas. Can you just put it deep?
Radha Manorama Yamavara Salila Ganamridaika Bhanitim Kavirajaradam.
Can we go to the next one? The next one, please. Now, Kootambalam, this of course is a design stage which is has been designed as per the norms of Natya Shastra, where Kudiyattam Nanyar Kootha is generally performed. No, please show the video, the adjacent Nanyar Kootha. And as I had pointed out, put it in that particular space so that we don't lose much time. Just no. 0.30. Please, can you just put it in 0.30 and start?
I actually did so. Okay, right. Yeah.
And just don't switch it on. Don't switch it on. Hello, please. Hello. Pause it, please. Pause it, because I want to explain the whole process here. Here, if you find, this is a Kootambalam where the dancer does not have much space to improvise the nritta. So she is moving forward and backward, supported by the person who is reciting the shlokas and playing keeping the principal time beat on the kaimani. Behind you had three percussions, the timila, the center is the Mirava, and the right, the extreme left is the Idekya. And you find they are the people who support the performance, the dance of the actor who's enacting. And here the actor, it starts with the Chambada Talam and goes into another beat. Chambada and Triputa actually, they complement each other. Now can we have that? This is another small little video I wanted to show, and with this I'll end.
Yeah, we could also hear only the music and the video did not move actually.
No, but in the when we tested it in the morning, the video was also there. No, it's only coming, not.
No, only audio is coming actually. I don't know. The same one.
But then I had sent you a couple of days back, so probably it was fine.
Yeah, it was.
I think a couple of days back, you said it was fine. Maybe
It
okay.
was.
Then
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. So then I will end here. If there is any question, thank you.
Thank you, Diptiji, and we are really.
I'm very sorry that my presentation, because it is primarily based on the rhythm, and because of the connectivity problem, I don't think so I have actually done justice to this presentation, but that is fine. Maybe some other time I'll be able to show, because an online thing, presentations would be clearly understood than just speaking and reading a paper. That is why I had more of these videos. But anyway, I don't know if there is any question, otherwise it's fine.
We open the session for everyone to share their thoughts. I hope now I am audible to everyone. BPG, at least I could say that the question we dealt with when we had Sri Hari VG is that how the chanda takes its life as soon as we beat and as soon as we weave the talas, and your demonstration in whatever capacity we have received speaks for it. The word Vakkarana that we find in Natya Shastra also, they came alive as we went through it. I know the weather as well as the network has been a bit excruciating for us, but we will not let that dampen our spirit. And we look forward to your paper, which I'm sure will complement, or rather more than complement, of whatever we have grasped. And we will have an all-encompassing horizon from your writing, as we all have been receiving from your edited volumes of that we receive from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. Thank you, Deepti. And if anybody would like to add anything, I would request them to. Thank you, Deepti. And sorry for the technical error from our end with the last video. I don't know, something went wrong. So we move on with the next speaker. We have Vidushi Renu Sharma ji with us. I welcome her. Thank you, Renu ji, for being here.
Namaste.
I hope my network is now all right and you can hear me. Okay, right. If you allow me to introduce Renu ji in some humble words, Vidushi Renu Sharma, she has received Uttar Pradesh Sangeet Natak Akademi Award, and she's a prime disciple of Kathak maestro Pandit Birju Maharaj, and she's an established Kathak dancer with her dynamic personality and wide experience of creating productions and curating festivals. A merit scholar of Lucknow University in science, she also excelled in performing arts with Nritya Nipun from Bhatkhande Sangeet Vishwavidyalaya, Lucknow in 1976. She received the National Scholarship of Department of Culture in 1979 for specialization in Kathak under Maestro Padma Vibhushan Pandit Birju Maharaj at Kathak Kendra, New Delhi. She is the author of many books titled Krishna Kavya or Kathak and Lalit Tribhang. She has significant research papers in reputed publications and, to her credit, a landmark dissertation on medieval technical terminology of Kathak. As chief researcher for Pandit Birju Maharaj's Tagore Fellowship, she worked closely with the maestro to document valuable facets of his life and works. Her significant contribution to research, review, and editing for Gaurishwar Sangeet Darpan, which we have received such a wonderful volume, Gaurishwar Sangeet Darpan, has also been acknowledged. She has been a Kathak guru for 40 years. She has revived rare compositions and focuses on nurturing young artists. She has received awards such as Kalarpan Puraskar, Kashti Vibhushan, Naman to Sitara Devi Award, Smart International Award, Dance India Magazine Award, NVK's Jai Smriti Award, Mahila Kalakar Samman, Nritya Gaurav Puraskar. And now welcome her to share her paper, Abstract Syllables in Purvaranga Vidhi and Bol Padhant in Kathak as Spatio-Temporal Skills. Renuji, over to you.
Namaste, Namaste, Deepji. What a wonderful session you've been conducting. And am I visible there to everybody? Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'll just start sharing the my paper immediately. Please let me know if it's visible. Is it? Is the paper visible?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. I'll share screen. I'll just share screen immediately.
Yeah.
Is this format okay? Because I have the slides on the side. So in case I want to go up and down the slide. Is this visible enough?
It would be great if you can go full screen.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do full screen. Okay, just see this. Is this okay? Am I visible?
Yes.
And is everything all right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. And it's a real honor to be amidst such great scholars. I'm just trying to do a little bit of something. It's just a drop in this ocean of information and interesting things that we've been hearing. So I want to add to it, and here I am. The topic for I'm thankful to Chidakash, Kalalay, as well as SNA for presenting this beautiful session. The abstract syllables in Purv Rang Vidhi and Bol Padhant in Kathak as spatio-temporal skills. They do seem a bit unrelated, but here I am to create a relation for you. Purv Rang Vidhi, I am taking from the Natya Shastra. So I start with the human perception of space. As humans, this historical space and the geographic space that we live in, it's a duration of a specific time-bound action that we are doing. Just like right now I started my presentation. That's the point I started. And this itself contains the meaning of time. So when any spatio-temporal phenomena, it's observed and experienced by us within the limits of human perception. We can see time to a certain limit only. As well, then the time to us seems linear, like starting at 12 noon, ending at 12:30, a very linear thought process. And space is governed by the 3D coordinates. Like I'm sitting here, I can be plotted in an XYZ. That's not true. There's more to it. If we add the relativity concept, the theory of special and general relativity, time is the other dimension, the fourth dimension, where events, they occur with respect to the perception of the observer. Like we are the observer, our perception. Events are there, but they occur for us as our, and this is relativistic to our perception of the particular event. But did it hold true? No. This was also adapted. More was added. As soon as quantum state of matter came into being, string theory and loop quantum gravity, they were introduced because there was disparity between the quantum state of matter and energy. We are matter too and energy too. So our quantum state of existence and the gravity is also, is gravity quantum or not? So all this had to be rehashed, rethought, and re-explored. So where am I now? Ironically, what happened? The scientific theories which were related to time have been modified or superseded with the passage of time. So they didn't hold true forever. But in contrast, हमारा जो Indian worldview है, with the ancient concept of Desh and Kal, as soon as we bring that into our perspective, that has stood the test of time. That's where the beauty lies. So what is this concept? It's Akash, or infinite space. Now this infinite space is just there. It doesn't matter whether we are there or not. It doesn't matter at all. The space is there. And what is Desh? That is a finite space. It's connected to the observer. And it is defined by a direction. So it's a directional space. And it denotes movement also. Another thing which Desh denotes is the point-to-point happenings. And these happenings, whatever we do, is within that infinite space of Akash. We are doing a small certain activity in a certain direction, and that's within that vast space of infinity. So these point-to-point happenings, they are at the physical plane, like we are doing it right now, or whenever we do it. Now there's another concept, a beautiful concept of lok. So lok is a notional space. It's non-physical. It's there. It's a notional space. And it has got both the components, a spatial as well as non-spatial component, because of the nature of object and whatever their experience is. See, like Desh or Kal, when we start a puja, where do they start? From Jambu Dvipe, and they come down to the Var, to our goats, and they come down to that specific point. That's where you hold the point. That's where our time, Sankalp, starts. Digbandh, there's another concept of Digbandh. So with the Sankalp, the time is bound. So that's how it's done in a lok. Now there's another concept of Kram, which once the time is being bound and you start something, it goes in a succession, specifically for us, whoever's executing that particular activity. But what does lok do? Certain activities are going on everywhere, simultaneously, different activities. So that is generalized. So simultaneously, the lok, the concept of lok, generalizes all the happenings happening everywhere in the lok. So lok becomes timeless and unbounded. So that's a very interesting Indian concept, Kram, Lok, Desh, Kal. So where am I now? Purvrang Vidhi. Purvrang are certain steps which are done before the actual play starts. And the reason is to purify the space. These are done in succession within a certain time, and dance is a part of it, as we all know. So Shushkakshar are the abstract syllables that I'm dealing with now. And in Kathak is very, very unique in the fact that we speak the bol on the stage, even today, during a performance. So we do bind the time, we speak, and then we end in sum. So this movement of our vachan or vakya in the space is time bound. So these are the two different kind of spaces that I'm talking about today. the spatio-temporal part of the Purvrang Vidhi in a certain space and time. Now, the space is also the space of the stage, because actually that is the space which is being purified by the Purvrang. And similarly over here, in Kathak, when we are performing, we have a performance space too. And in that, there's one aspect when we are speaking. So how are these, what kind of an effect do they have? And yes, they are skills. I believe in that, because as we know in Purvrang, everything is defined to the T, as they say, crossing the T to that point, everything is specific and defined. And here in Kathak also, Betala to aani sakte, that would be it is not done. You cannot do it. So space and time are extremely important even today, just as before. I'm just going through very quickly with these concepts which everybody knows. What is highlighted? They may look like notes, but that's how they are intended to be. So what I've highlighted in yellow are the ones which where I have found the mention of abstract syllables. Obviously, when the Kutapa, they are starting their, they sit, they arrange, and they start. It's abstract syllables. The beat of the Taldhari, yes, then no song is going on then. Then when the Kala Bhag are being shown, even then. So these are some of the areas. Now, when we come to the Geet part, Geetak or Geet Vidhi, Tandav dance is definitely, the yellow ones are, which are pure, can have or do have abstract syllables. Then the Raudra Shlok is spoken, it does have. Then we have the songs in 7 forms. So songs I'm disregarding as of now. Then we have the Uttapana, the beginning, where the Nandi Pathak speaks. Then when the walking around of the stage happens, the Sutradhar and the 2 Paripashvik, when they're praising the deities, a very, very interesting concept comes across here, the Chaturthakar. At some point, after the deities are praised all over the stage, the Chaturkarth enters with flowers and he does a puja. And it is specifically written in Natishas that it is done to foot movements to drums. That's it. And he does foot movements and he does it to drums. And no song is there. Stobh Kriya is something, it is done for Yagya also, as we all know it. Meaning syllables are chanted. So I've got 2 very concrete examples of the Chaturthkar, who does puja, foot movements to drums, meaningless syllables are chanted. This is exactly what we do today. Now, what is this directed to? Since Sutradhara has already praised the deities and sung songs, and Nandi Pate has been done, Jarjar, Kutap, and Sutradhar. 3 things are, 3 people, 3 Jarjar is praised by the Chaturthkar. Our assembly, the Vadivrandes, and in fact, the Sutradhar is also praised. So these 3 are praised with these meaningless syllables which are chanted. And it's also noted, Jarjar, the Pitra ancestors are pleased when these syllables are chanted. Now we have this Dhruva. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at speaking the Sanskrit words, just learning that. So this is in Chatusra, Tal and slow tempo, heavy syllables. So I have put it in green because it has song in it. Now the benediction is medium tone. God, Brahmins and kings are praised in that. Now Shushka Vrishta Dhruva, the verse is praising the Jarjar. It's very clearly written that these are verses praising the Jarjar. And we just saw before this in the previous slide, Chaturthkar was doing that. It was his job. So now the format is 9 long, 6 short, and 3 long syllables. Digale, digale, jhande, jhande, jam, buka, wali, taka, te, te, jha. It could be spoken in many different ways according to the style of dance that we are talking about. Then after this comes a shlok, 1 to the deity, 1 to the king of Brahmin. So yet again, all the things yellow here, highlighted in yellow, have just abstract syllables. I'll come to this digle, digle much later in my presentation. So after, beyond this is Rangadwar, the Jarjar Shlok is yet again said, and the Jarjar is, while saying the Jarjar Shlok, it is lowered down. Beyond that is Chari and Mahachari. The Jarjar is given to the Paripashvik, and now the Chari pleases Parvati as well Mahachari pleases the Shivaga. Then Dhruva song, I've put it in green. Raudra Ras Shlok is there. Now the three-man talk, which is called Siddhena Mantrana by Abhinav Gupta, that is in Bharti Vritti. So that is yet again something which is spoken or narrated. Here we have the Vidushak who comes in and adds his perspective to the whole, the proceedings which are going on. Yet again, let me remind you, in space, in a succession, in a kram, in a certain time, and that time is the Purva Rang, before the activity of the play starts. That itself denotes the sankalp or the digbandh of time is the Purva Rang. That itself explains it. So the last one is when the Sutradhar Paripashvik, they perform the Suchi Vedachari, but they go out in any chari except the Avit. So the last one I have marked specifically. Why? Because everything is explained exactly how it is to be done. So, and when it has to be done. So these are the different steps that I've just covered very quickly. Now, another interesting thing which I have come across is in the Chitra Purvrang. After the Uthapani Dhruva, the stage is resounded with well-measured, loud songs of musical. They have been said by the musical experts. The divine Dudumbis should be played again and again. And white flowers are scattered and Anghara performed by dancers dressed as goddesses. Interestingly, in chapter 36, when the sages ask Bharata about, when he says, okay, is there anything else I can tell you about? This is a question which is specifically asked, that why were the drums played again and again? And there was a resounding sound of the drums during the Purvarang. And he explains that wherever, here we come again to the abstract syllables, wherever the instruments and the music, instrumental as well as instruments, are played along with Pathya, the Rakshas and the demons or anybody who's going to bring, who has a mentality of bringing harm to the event, they will disappear. They cannot reside there. And another thing mentioned in the 36th chapter is that this is equivalent to a dip in the holy river Ganga and equivalent to thousands of jap and yagna. So this is the importance which I feel of the abstract syllables when they are chanted, narrated, and they are definitely the right choice to bring, to create a space which has a divine property, which is free of any obstacles, so to say. Another thing which is very interesting is, how do I find something which is there in today's Kathak, and how do I connect with all these concepts, number one, as well as all these, the vidhi which is narrated in Natya Shastra. In the Trayas Purvarang, it's very clearly written, an expert dancer should abridge the instrumental music and the movements, the Dhruva songs and the Tal. Because in Trayas, it is 12 beats, and previously in Chaturas Purvrang, which was the original one, it was 60. The action and movements are two types, elaborate and abridged. So he's put the word abridged over there, according to the instruments. Now the movement of hand feet will obviously, they will also have to be abridged, and the dancer has to do it. So another point there is, walking around in the Chaturas Purvrang, the hand and feet should be moved 16 times. In the Trayas, move only 12 times. Now here we are talking of the hand and feet, moving along with the Tal and the beats, Tal, music, whatever. So in the walking around, the foot movement should be of 3 steps. But in bowing to the different directions, it is a Chaturas Purvrang. So this was something very interesting that I found here. And one should go 5 steps. A very specific description of this Chaturas Purvrang, the Trayas Purvrang. Now I come to my last part of the presentation, which is, I have this Purvrang bowl, which I mentioned earlier. This is Digale, Digale, Jhande, Jhande, Jam, Bu, Ka, Va, Li, Ta, Ta, Ka, Te, Te, Jha. I have a Kathak bowl right here, which I'm going to narrate to you. This we do pretty much towards the beginning of the dance. Not right in the beginning, I would say, no. but it's a very important bowl, which is a well-balanced bowl. It is directional, where the dancer moves to every direction, and the dancer will move in direction upwards, downwards, and bow down also. So exactly what is narrated, so to say, in Natya Shastra. The bowl goes like this: dig, 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 thay, ta, thay, ta, thay, thay, ta, tho. First to the right side. So the dig, dig is of importance here. In dig, dig, the action is like this. It's sort of an embrace, alingan. Dig, 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 the hastak. Dig, 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 thay, as if you're taking the energy from all sides. Then we go like this, ta, thay. One hand is up, one hand is down. And we move to the right corner in the northeast direction, so to say. Ta, thay, ta, thay. Then we take the energy back, thay. And we take it inside ourselves and tho, and extend our body and look down and bow down. Same thing is repeated to the left. Dig, 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 thay. Then we go for ta, thay, ta, thay. Thay, ta, tho. Now this is our 5 steps too. See, dig, 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 thay. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, and 3, 4. We move 2 steps and we come 3 steps back. Now we have tigdata, tigdata, digadik, tigdata, tigdata, tho. Up we go upwards. Tigdata, and we take a half circle from the right. Tigdata, tigdata, digadik, again embracing. Tigdata, tigdata, tho, downwards, giving to the earth. Then again, tigdata, tigdata, digadik, tigdata, tigdata, digadik. And here the comes Trayasra. Now we go ta, theita, a, theita, ta, theita, 3 times. 3 times in the Trayasra. And the bola 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And suddenly, digadik, change direction. Another direction. Ta, theita, a, theita, ta, theita. Digadik, change, and again. Ta, theita, a, theita, ta, theita. 1 swift round. Tigdata, tho. So this is how we do it. We have always been doing it across all gharanas. And even today, this bowl has been as it is. There has not been much variation to this. It's a beautiful Sangeet ka tukda. It's a sort of, it is not totally, it's not sung as such. But yes, 2-3 notes are used, just like we do in all our padhant. जैसे वेद उच्चार में होता है 3 notes use करते हैं उसी तरह. Dig, 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 thay, ta, thay, ta, thay, thay, ta, tho. Dig, 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 thay, ta, thay, ta, thay, thay, ta, tho. Tigdata, tigdata, dig, dig, tigdata, tigdata, tho, tigdata, tigdata, dig, dig, tigdata, tigdata, dig, dig, ta, thay, ta, thay, ta, ta, thay, ta. Dig, dig, ta, thay, ta, thay, ta, ta, thay, ta. Dig, dig, ta, thay, ta, thay, ta, ta, thay, ta. Tigdata, tho. That's how it goes. And like I've written over here, tho is the sum for us, just like Kathak dancers have a concept of sum. So thank you. That's it. I'll stop share so that I can approach everybody quickly. So that's all I have to say in a very quick presentation. I did not want to take too much time. I hope it was all audible, Deep. How was it? Was it audible?
It was.
Yes, ma'am.
So any questions or anything that you want to comment on? And the paper has much, much more. This was just a little one aspect that I quickly, one example and one aspect that I covered for this particular presentation. Yes, Deep, I think I lost you. Is there any question that I could address?
If
Yes, Deep,
anybody would like to, yes. Actually, I too am facing little network glitches.
Yes, I
but
saw
I'm
that.
sure everybody has enjoyed it thoroughly. And if anybody would like to ask anything, I now open the session. May add, because I myself have at least 2 things to compliment her with.
Yes.
So if you will allow me, so this wonderful thing that you have mentioned when we actually picked it up with Sri Hariji, with each and every single akshar can also function and it can have its own character. What we also have in our tradition, ekakshara kosha. So, and also the Bijaksharas. So when we speak, as you mentioned, in three different tones, and as you yourself have demonstrated, with three different tones, we can see a vibration is created. And as it goes to, again, bring your word together in the space fabric, we can see, this vibration creates. And if we call, the Danavas or whatever it is, those who wish to interrupt, can be energy stagnant, then that vibration can simply make the path.
Make them
So, so that is now visibly we can experience in front of us. And as you mentioned so wonderfully, the concept of loka. So when PLG and I also, we were discussing that why this concept of loka has been put through, just to bring into fold this, magnanimous expanse of activity, not just of human realm, of cosmic activity, and to make us aware that how small, how teeny bit we are, and for where we can go. But how? Because at that time it was through creativity, perhaps, to bring more and more into our fold, and we can reach there through our creativity, as a dancer does. You take one
Yes,
step
and that's
forward,
what
one step back, and as Padma,
that's exactly
you create bhuvan
yes,
on
that's exactly
stage.
what we aspire to do. There's one other another very the last word that I would like to say is mantrochar. Like we consider, our dancers consider it like mantrochar. That's I've asked my guru, he also says. अब दिवाली पे कोई पूजा हो रही है, एक दो श्लोक नहीं आते हैं हमें, हम बोल सकते हैं किड़दक दुंतु नातिट ता धा दिनता किड़दा दिनता कतिट धा दिनता कतिट धा दिनता कृदे धा दिनता कतिट धा तुम तधा कतिट धा तुम तधा कतिट तुम तधा. So for us, these things are so valuable. And going from there, जब बच्चा पैदा होता है तो कोई मंत्र फूका जाता है उसके कान. दूसरा एक होता है मंत्र फूकना, किसी को वश में करने में. मंत्र वश में भी हो जाता है मंत्र फूक के, मतलब फॉर अ रॉन्ग रीजन. Third thing I will leave at this note, when my Guru Maharaj Ji passed away in Banaras, it's a fact, it's a documented fact, this happened. जब उनकी अस्थियां चढ़ाई गई, पानी में विसर्जित करी गई, so all the dancers were reciting टुकड़ा and बोल. The dancers were doing that. मंत्र उच्चारण की जगह सब लोग बोल अपने नरेट कर रहे थे. बोलों से ही उनकी विदाई, उनका जो परलोक गमन हुआ बिरजू महाराज जी का, वो बोलों की chanting से हुआ, a collective chanting of बोल. So we believe in the power of बोल, and that's what I'm here to talk about in my paper. Thank you. Thank you so much, Deep.
No words can be spoken after this. Thank you so much. It has been thoroughly enthralling.
Thank you so much.
Now we must move on, and I welcome our next esteemed speaker, Padmaja Suresh. I welcome her. I will try my best, Padmajati, to assist you, though I have little problem. If not, we have our backup, so don't worry about it. And to welcome her in my humble word.
Are you there throughout, or are you going to leave in between?
No, I will be there, but in case if you have any problem, you can tell. There's another person.
One after the other, and then short videos that I have shared with you. That's about it.
Sure. Just guide me through. To introduce Padmajaji in my humble words, she's an acclaimed artist of Bharatanatyam, a researcher who has been trained by prominent gurus, Guru K. Kalyana Sundaram, and Father Sri Chakya Ranjan. She holds degrees in commerce, law, diploma in choreography, a master's in philosophy, and doctorate titled Science of Tantra and Art of Natya from Mysore University. She presently has a senior fellowship from Ministry of Culture. She has performed at major dance festivals widely and was honored at Rashtrapati Bhavan by Dr. Kalam for her efforts to teach lesser privileged children, and that's commendable. Padmanjaji has represented the ICCR besides extensive concert tours to over 32 nations. Her institution, Atmalaya Academy conducts workshops also at rural India and hosts annual festivals of repute. Padmajaji is an examiner, module contributor, and dance columnist and author whose books deal with the esoteric study of dance, the very latest one being The Dance of Tantra and a Satguru. She has published papers in high impact journals, including the National Manuscript Mission and Springer journals. Her dance productions include Ekam Sat, Bindu, Rim, Kali to Krishna, based on Sri Ramakrishna Paramhamsa, Shivoham, among others. She has participated at international conferences like World Sanskrit, Parliament of Religions, Sangeet Natak Akademi's Natya Shastra Seminar, and Dr. Padmaja is Assistant Professor, Bharatanatyam Department, University of Silicon, Andhra. She has also received accolades such as Karnataka Kalashri and Sri Shakti Karamveer Chakra and many more. Now I welcome her to present her paper, Breath is Time, Body is Space, Particularities of Bharatanatyam. Over to you.
Satgurave Namaha. A prayer to the One. Because of him, I'm in time and space here before all of you. Shri Chakra Raja Simhasaneshwari Shri Lalita Bigaye Bhuvaneshwari Agama Veda Kalamaya Rupini Akhila Chara Chara Janani Narayani Naga Kankana Nataraja Manohari Jnana Vidyeshwari Raja Rajeswari Shri Chakra Raja Simhasaneshwari Shri Lalita Viraye. Pranams to all the esteemed gurus and scholars who have spoken before me and who are going to be speaking after me. My heartfelt thanks to PLG, Deepji, Sangeet Natak Akademi for this wonderful opportunity to be a part of this August gathering in this seminar. I've titled Breath is Time and Body is Space, Particularities of Bharatanatyam. Without the breath and without the body, there is no way in which we can express. The body has been given to us as the kshetra with a specific time of birth, and we all have a time of exit as well, to perform our upacharas, in this case through dance. Like I heard the previous speaker saying, one moment in Laya is equal to 1,000 rituals. Now for that Laya to come, we need the space where we have to express ourselves. And other than the outer space, other than the akasha, the guha, the guhya, the inner cave of our heart is what we connect to through our breath and express, like the Sharandev exposition on breath, on various elements out of which the Sattvika Abhinaya is expressed. The complete merging into Laya, because of which the Tala is also kept in pace. We have no time to even think about it or meditate upon it at that moment. It has to flow spontaneously through this body, mind, spirit triad. So which is what makes dance as meditative, because breath is time and body is space in dance. Nataraja's shloka from Abhinay Darpana. I am not reading it again because I've heard other speakers giving their salutations through this already. And I move on to Tyagaraja Shiva, the Vidi Vitanka, whose breath, whose dance is the rise and fall of Vishnu's breath. In this famous temple in Tiruvarur, you have Tyagaraja seated upon a concealed Mahavishnu, whose sthiti state, whose breath is causing Shiva to dance. The Ajapa Nadanam, out of which comes the 36 tattvas, the 36 tattvas which are correlated by Brahmagupta with the 36 chapters of Natya Shastra in all the Dhyana shlokas, as well as sometimes directly, indirectly, overlapping, but we can find directly this 36 tattvas to be able to connect with each of those chapters. Here first I have enumerated the Sankhya's 25 derivables, which is Purusha, Prakriti, Buddhi, Ahankara, Manas, Jnanendriyas, Karmendriyas, Tanmatras, and Panchamahabhutas, to which we are adding the 11 from the Trikashaivism or the Shaiva Siddhanta, which is on a descending order of Shiva, Shakti, Sadashiva, Ishvara, Satvidya, along with Maya and the 5 Kanchukas, which are the limiters, namely Kala, Vidya, Raga, Niyati and Kala. Niyati and Kala again standing for space and time, or destiny and death as well. Beings are subject to Mala, Maya, Karma. All of us derived from Maya are restricted freedom, Kala, giving rise to Avidya, Raga, Niyati and Kala. Kala indicates creative, expressive power of consciousness, which is the first point of evolute in Bhag. The divine power Maya, which is the 6th Kanchuka, is what disconnects us from that of consciousness, while Kala makes one act limited. Whatever is independent of space and time is Anuttara, or Samvit, to which Rasa also is supposed to rest in. It starts with the mind when the descent happens to sound, crystallizes into space, and then the rest of the elements, fire and water, give breath. Time begins and joins earth to evolve into our forms. Whatever has space and time is relative, so from absolute to relative, but here also the relative has an apparent reality. It is not considered as only Mithya here, because it is the Tantra Raja or the Ananda Raja marga of understanding these concepts. The dancer with a rhythm and melody merges with the existing time and space within and without, using the pranayama, the asana, making the body the cosmic pillar. And what is the ultimate aim of it is that through this time and space, you have to make yourself enter the sphere of the timeless and the spaceless. God, of course, is beyond even that. It is only God who only knows what he is ultimately. So when the mind stops, the time also ends. The time-bound movement freezes into the timeless. So the various Karanas also, even the dance of Nataraja, they say, was captured, the freeze with the very highest vibration, very highest frequency. We cannot articulate or perform or even sing beyond certain speed. Beyond that, the highest is what the Nadanta is, what is freeze denoting, which is the process in which we come to that sphere of stopping that time itself. Creation starts from vibration, so release also is possible with the same. Hence, our arts are capable of giving us mukti. The supreme descent from Chit or Chiti to Nartaka with the agency of Shakti. Spanda, the movement and inner rhythm, the throbbing creative pulsation, Anahata, unstruck, says the Swachanda, and the Vaivikyana Bhairava, that the deity sounds it himself. The 12 Trika Pranavas of descent as the articulated sound Om, the ascent Om, Bindu, Nirodhini, Anahata, Nadanta, Samana, Udana, and so on and so forth. The 12 Trika Pranavas, as we understand, go to the highest level of where the time has to stop. Nada is recognized in the breath, on average 360 breaths in a unit of time, Nadi, called the Nadi Chakra, distributed to all our chakras, the central point being the navel. An empirical Hamsa recites 21,600 times the Ajapa mantra of Tyagaraja, and it is not recited loudly but held in the heart as our breath. Srishti and Samhara, the Pradhana Sthanam, are points of expression with the mystic syllables of Sa and Ha. Adi Prana, the first evolute of consciousness, with Uchara as its characteristic, also called as Varna, articulates as Adi Talam, the fourth stage of Turiya of Chaturtha, beyond deep sleep or beyond Sushupti. Paravat is an identity with Prakasha or divine light and manifestation. The sense is Vachya, which is the reflected universe with space and time. Vimarsha, or the reflective awareness, becomes Vachaka, which is expressive projections. Para becomes Pashyanti, evolves as Madhyama, and then Vaikhari, which gives us the Padartha, and that also expands in stages of our speech and in song. The Chaturvidha, Abhinaya, and the suggested Sthayin have all got the unity of stages of sound. Now here I come specifically to the diagrammatical representation of these concepts in the supreme yantra of Sri Chakra, which I have found has very high significance in our own traditional format of Bharatanatyam. In fact, the last paper that I had published for the Springers was with a computer scientist who had prepared the yantra very precisely, and we mapped the entire progression in our conventional dance format inside the chakra. The Sri Chakra is also called the Kala Chakra in Sushma Sharira, where breath is linked with time, influenced by the elements, says the Varivasya Rahasya. The breath alternates between Ida and Pingala. In the dance, there is transcendence and immanence, a process of moving inward while situating the mind away from the base of the body and moving upward while being merged with the breath. Shakti is realized as being subtly embedded. It is not a Hatha Yoga practice where you are constantly trying to use the breath, but here it is spontaneously embedded in the structured and geometric movement, balanced breathing, and well-designed division of space and movement. Hand gestures and deep enactment to spiritually awaken and convey the most intimate vibrations of our soul. The body very clearly divided. I'm not saying that other dance forms do not have it, but being Bharatanatyam practitioner, how I have divided, as per many of the Tamil texts also, is Mooladhara to Swadhisthana, where the Agni Khanda or the Brahma Granthi or the Agni, the Shakti Kuta rests to realize these potentials. And then from Manipura to the Anahata Chakra, where the Surya and the Kamaraj of Madhyakuta, and then the Vishuddha to the Atya Chakra, where the Vakpavakuta or Chandra resides, and above that, from the Khanda, you come to the Akhanda at the Sahasrara, where there is Maya Sahita Brahman or Shiva Shakti. Shriyantra microcosm, the Nayana Avaranas recognized in Sushumna Nadi with the marmas along the joints, which are the sandhis. The Bhupura, the level of the chakra with the feet, knees, and thighs. The triple girdle, mid portion of the body, Muladhara. Shodashadala Padma, which is the Katir, Swadhisthana, Ashtadala Padma, Nabhi Manipura, Chaturdasha, the central Kukshi, Anahata. Bahirdasha is the Kantha Vishuddha. Antardasha, Bhru Madhya Ajna. Ashtara, or the 8-star with the Lalata, Manasa Chakra, Trikona, Mastaka, Soma Chakra, and then Bindu, Brahmarantra, or Sarsadara Padma. The text referred Bhavana Upanishad from Atharva Veda, Yogini Hrudaya, Nitya Shodashikaranava, Vamakeswara Tantra, and Parashurama Sutra. Now here, marking the chakra via Tala in the dancer, the Tala, middle finger to the wrist, the gap. The hairdo as ornate Rakudi, at times symbolizing the Sahasrara Padma. The encircling Talai Samanam, Chandran, Suryan, and on the Mastaka, balanced by the Sushumna. The pendant vibrating Lalata, the Naptubulak balancing the breath. The Tilagam, the Aknya, which is the place for Manodharma, and we also value the stones in the ornaments. The red is Pasha, Shakti, connecting bondage with Samsara. White is Shiva, which is Pati, pure and auspicious, and the green is Nara, Pashu, like us, trying out means for salvation. The dancer is the Yantra, energized in movement, continuing with the necklace Vishuddhi, ear ornaments Jhumaki, adding meaning to the chakra of space and sound. The Anahata, the long chain, the Manipura, the chain hanging below, or the small fan that we have nowadays designed, the Swadhisthana, and the hair tied into 3 parts. I always say, instead of the bun, try to make long hair with the kunjalam end of the central column, which is the Muladhara. And here I say that there is no real time. It's a very big bit actually, but we have to give it that much of apparent reality, because that is the only way in which we can go beyond the cycle of time. The yogi, says Balam, by controlling his breath and by modifying his body, acquires the halo of sanctity. Even so, the dancer, who dissolves her identity in rhythm and music, makes her body an instrument for the experience and expression of the spirit. The inner feeling of the dancer is the 6th sense, the spark which gives her a sense of spiritual freedom in the midst of constraints and discipline of the dance, in the midst of the space and time as well. Aesthetic tasting is generalized perception and free of obstacles, Aswadyanti Manasa. The artist, spectator, and stage, represented in time and space, are pervaded by supreme consciousness. And I find Bharatanatyam Margam, especially the Padavarna, which is a standalone piece, very much capable of giving us this experience of going right from the gross to the subtlest and resting in the cave of the heart, as well as the temple is compared as well into the sanctum sanctorum. So I have designed, in fact, an entire margam based on that. I have just one jati, which I request Deep to play, which was made with the Sanskrit alphabet. Can you play that first video, Deep, for us, please? For case study, I had taken the famous Varanam of Jula Jayaraman, where the Namasa and the chakras are also there, simply referred. Are you able to play? No, not this, the next one, the second one. And if there is time, we will play this also. The second one, where
just a moment. The first one you mean, right?
Yeah, not okay. This one, the other.
Yeah,
just two videos.
Yeah. Just a yeah.
U, U, Shi, Va, Sha, Ti, Gi, Na, Tum, Ru, Ru, Ye, Hai, Wo, Shiva, Shakti, Ginna, Tum, Amma, Shiva, Shakti, Ginna, Tum, Tom, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Tom, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Tom, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, I, U, U, Shi, Va, Sha, Ti, Gin, Na, Tum, Ru, Ru, Ye, Ai, Wo, Shiva, Shakti, Ginna, Tum, Amma, Shiva, Shakti, Ginna, Tum, Tom, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Ting, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, 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 Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Ka, Nya, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Ka, Da, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Ta, Na, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Pa, Ma, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Ka, Nya, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Ta, Na, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Ta, Na, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Pa, Ma, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Ta, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Tatin, Ginna, Tum, Ta, Ginna, Tum, Ginna, Tum, Amba, Devate, Parameshwari, Jagadishwari, Lalita, Vimala, Kamala, Tachum, Kadagadarikidatum, Dakadagadarikidatum, Dikadagadarikidatum, Darikadatum, Amba, Devate, Parameshwari, Jagadishwari, Lalita, Vimala, Kamala, Yara, Lava, Sha, Sa, Hala, Ksha, Yara, Lava, Sha, Sa, Hala, Ksha, Yara, Lava, Sha, Sa, Hala, Ksha, Ta, Chum, Tatin, Tum, Ta, Chum, Tachum, Takachum, Tatin, Tum, Ting, Darikadatum, Ta, Tachum, Tachum, Gadagachum, Gadagadaum, Yara, Lava,
You can stop that.
Sha, Sa, Ha.
Yeah, thank you. It was very choppy. So I will just tell that I was trying to show the alphabet and the emanation of the samsara from that and from Shiva's Damaru, and how when she's Kaliya represent Shakti with the tongue out when the sound is absorbed, and then the cycle restarts again. So it was the videos are coming as choppy. Try the other one also where I've shown the Sri Chakra Nyasa, the phonemes with the particular time that are recited, and doing that worship in the dance as well. Yeah, just forward that part, yes.
Deep, I was just wondering if these are YouTube videos, you can just share the link with me. I think my connection is slightly better. I can play it and share the screen. You can just try that.
Sure. Padmaji, just give me 1 minute, okay?
Try if it is okay, then we can go on, or we can do it what Madam is suggesting.
I'm doing this if it is possible because it's already been shared with me.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Just start off little, you remove first few seconds and then go into that.
Is it okay, ma'am?
Yeah. Slightly better than the previous. Thank you. At least something was visible and
Shall I stop, ma'am?
yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry, Ashwini, for interrupting you.
Come to one of those most remote places in Bengal now. We have these Atmalya workshops and those things. So then it's also from my side that I couldn't do justice to give you the right videos at the right time. Okay. So anyway, thank you for cooperating so much. Am I audible?
Yes, Padmaja, you
Yes,
are.
ma'am.
Thank you, Deep.
Thank you. Well, I now open the session to everyone. Before I say anything, I'm sure everybody is enthralled by what you said and what you showed. So, as you were mentioning so wonderfully about the Bhutakash and then Guhakash, and to access that Guhakash, to feel that spanda, that chit, to get connected with it through breath alone. I remember Kashmir Shaivites, they speaking that breath itself is the Shakti which is emanating from Shiva, and the pause that you take in between breaths, that no space, that is Shiva. So from there it emanates. So that readily came to the mind.
Beautiful.
And how wonderfully then you have picked up the Ushma Varna to show that destruction bit when it came. So yes, the Ushma Varna has that energy. So we can see every single Varna's, its spirit, its spanda you had taken and you have translated through your dance. And that was brilliant. We can see.
And in this Bharatanatyam format that we do, and mapping it with the chakra, which the opening numbers with the Pupura, and going on one after the other, coming to the central piece, which is Varna. and then going first on a descent, on an ascent, and then coming back on a descent when we have the Tilana and the circumambulation. So that was the project that I was involved in. And this particular Varnam gives a lot of scope, where in the final end of the Varnam as a tempo accentuates. Varnam has got a lot of potential for realizing these things. And towards the end, in the Sarvanandamaya Chakra, in the Bindu, the song ends with the 9th rasa.
That's wonderful. We could
Thank you
actually
so
get
much.
it.
And the body is not it's a cage, but you have to be joyful in that cage itself to realize these, to come out of that, use the same body and the mind to go beyond the body and the mind. So the best way is to keep dancing, I think. Whatever be the academia we're all involved in, the prayoga is what gives you that joy, understanding all these things. Thank you so much.
And also that brings me the connotation mentioned by Abhinav Gupta, where he says that we are not asking you to just dance, just do it for the merry, but take it as a dharma, as Puru Dadit ji mentioned at the very first day, that what is the Nata Dharma? To do it and to be conscious. This is why this is Nata Shastra. This Shastra is meant for the Natas, and we can see that wisdom is one. Okay. And so as we Gyata, Gya, Gyan get separated, we try to get into that cognizance. We explore spaces, and and last day we were talking about, the pratyaksha, how as we perceive, how we try to understand, that creates our antakarana, that shapes our inner space, and that get translated as the creative space.
And the Satvika Abhinaya only cleanses you. It really brings out that heart into, because you can only think and talk, but finally experiencing the divine prema bhakti, that is the prema Vedanta is about. Like Madhusudana Saraswati says about the 9 rasas, how beyond that the ultimate lies. Your heart only has to experience with love, with divine love and surrender. And that's what Shringara also in the Varnam takes you.
Shringara unites everything. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you so much, Padmajaji.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I would like to pass the baton to one of our dear friend and a wonderful practitioner, Ashwini, to carry on the comparing. Ashwini, over to you.
Thank you, Deep. I'm not a pro like Deep at this, but I'm just filling in for him for some time. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Anjali Bagalji. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Please correct me if I'm saying it wrong. Anjali Bagal is a Bharatanatyam teacher, choreographer, and dancer from Pune. She's a disciple of Dr. Sucheta Bhede Chapekar with an MA in Bharatanatyam from Lalit Kala Kendra, Pune University. Over the last 25 years, has been training students as the head of Moksha School of Dance, Kala Vardhini Charitable Trust on the branch. She has performed extensively within India as well as internationally at festivals such as the Zurich Dance Festival in Switzerland, prestigious domestic institutions like NIA, NCL, IITM, HEMRL, etc. She has also performed at the Sri Aurobindo Ashram and Auroville in Pondicherry, Sri Aurobindo Ashram in Delhi, etc. She has choreographed dance productions like Anandakanda, Shakti, Bhavani Bharati, Baji Prabhu. Her current research focuses on Angaharas, Mandalas, and Charis from the seminal Natya Shastra under the guidance of Dr. Saroj Deshpande. I'm eagerly waiting to listen to your presentation, Anjali ji, on choreographing the art of war, mandalas and charis, and the role in Indian dance narratives. Over to you.
Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. I'm truly grateful to the organizers, Deep ji, Ashwini ji, also for introducing me so well. To talk amongst these scholars is a great privilege for me. I'm also grateful to Sangeet Natak Akademi for giving me the opportunity to present my journey in exploring Chari and Mandala from Natya Shastra. Also, I would like to express gratitude to my guru, Dr. Sucheta Chapekar and Dr. Saroj Deshpande for their valuable time, guidance for this entire endeavor. Choreographing the art of war. Chari and Mandala are the integral part of Natya Shastra. My presentation will explore their profound influence on the thematic presentations in the Indian classical dance. These powerful movements provide artists with additional vocabulary to portray war sequences symbolically yet effectively. They embody the essence of temporal and spatial dynamics in the classical dance narratives. Natya Shastra defines charis as well balanced, synchronized movements of legs, thighs, inner thighs, and waist in perfect coordination with each other. Bharat Muni gives detailed description of 16 Bhaumyacharis, which are movements performed by placing both feet on the ground, also sometimes lowering the body towards the earth. Some Bhaumyacharis have the sliding movements of the feet. We will now see demonstration of two Bhaumyacharis, Shakatasya and Janita. Shakatasya Chari is a Bhaumyachari. When your lower body, you have to lower the body downwards to the ground, extending one leg in Agratala and then lifting the chest upwards. Shakata means chariot. The movement creates an image of a chariot.
Ta, ka, ti, mi, ta, ka, ju, no, ta, ka, ti, mi, ta, ka, ju, no, ta, ka, ti.
The next video is of Janita Chari. One hand is mushti in front of the chest. Other hand moves in a circular way. Foot is in Agratala position. I have tried to demonstrate how it can be used by keeping the Agratala position at different angles and changing the directions of the hand movement.
Ta, ka, ti, mi, ta, ka, ju, no, ta, ka, ti, mi, ta, ka, ju, no, ta, ka, ti, mi, ta, ka, ju, no, ta, ka, ti, mi.
The next few videos will demonstrate the Akashakya Chari. These are the movements done with at least 1 foot raised. Let's see Atikranta, Udhrutta and Bhujangatrasita. Atikranta Chari. Lifting the foot in Kunchita position, extending it further as if you are trying to cross a hurdle.
Ta, ka, ta, ki, ta, 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 ta, ka.
Udhrutta Chari is described as lift one leg and touch the heel down. Wrap your leg as you turn around. Touch it to the ground with a jump. Repeat with the other leg.
Ta, ka, ti, mi, ta, ka, ju, no, ta, ka, ti, mi, ta, ka, ju, no, ta, ka, ti, mi.
Bhujangatrasita. Lift the Kunchita foot, turn the thigh along with the waist and the knee.
Ka, ti, mi, ta, ka, ju, no, ta, ka, ti, mi, ta, ka, ju, no, ta, ka, ti, mi.
Before the description of the charis, Bharat Muni has mentioned that chari can be used to show war in drama, especially to show the use of different weapons. The body dynamics of each chari is different. The performance of each one creates inner vibrations, and the difference in the intensity of the vibrations kind of decides the tempo in which they should be performed to bring out the maximum beauty of the moment. Bhaumyacharis are more inwardly and going at a pace of their own, occupying the space near the earth to be in touch with the innermost self. Akashakyachari, though seem more outwardly, they seem to be in search of infinite, occupying the space with upward movements. In one of the chapters, Bharat Muni has discussed about mandalas. When 6 or more charis are performed one after the other, a mandala is formed. By analyzing their application, we uncover the sophisticated framework through which Indian classical dancers can articulate stories and emotions. There are 10 Bhaumya and 10 Akashikya mandala. When Bhaumya mandala have a particular sequence of Bhaumyacharis performed one after the other, same as with Akashakya mandala, where you have Akashakyacharis performed in a particular sequence one after the other. Shastra has suggested any suitable weapon to be used along with well synchronized hand and torso movements. So I have tried to use either bow and arrow, sword and shield, or the spear. Sometimes I have made use of just one hasta mudra, mushti, to show the preparatory mood of the war. Some of the mandala can be used to show the marching and approaching of the warriors towards the war zone. During during my study, Sarojtai mentioned to me that in Yuddha Parva of Mahabharat, there is a mention of mandala, where one warrior would enter the war zone doing a mandala, then one by one others would join and the battle would take place. Taking a clue from this, let us first see Aswandita mandala, where one warrior is initiating the attack while doing a mandala.
Talang kutak dikutak digina to tam ditam tam tatadi mita kita takata ditai tai tatadi mita kita takata ditadi mita tam tatadi mita tam ditam tam kitakaki tum tam kitakaki tum tam kitakaki tum tam ditadi mita tam tatadi mita tam ditam tam kitakaki tum tam kitakaki tum tam kitakaki tum tam ditadi mita tam tatadi mita tam ditam tam kitakaki tum tam kitakaki tum tam kitakaki tum tam.
In the next video, we will demonstrate two warriors, each one doing different mandala, Brahmaraka, which is a Bhaumya mandala. Interestingly, the movements look like defense, and Lalita, which is a Akashaga mandala. The movements look more aggressive, suitable to show attack.
Takatini, 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 takatini. Takatini, 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 tam.
The next video will demonstrate Vichitra Mandala, Akashagya Mandala. Here, the hand gesture used is mushti to show Veeraras, Utsaha of the warriors, preparing for the battle and being ready.
Talang kutak digina to ta juno ta dimi ta juno ta dimi ta juno tam ta juno ta juno ta juno tam kitak tum ta juno ta juno kitakaki tum ta juno ta juno tam kitakaki tum ta.
The next mandala, Brahmaraka, which is a Bhaumya Mandala, showing the approaching or the marching of the army.
Ta, ki, ta, 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 tadi tak dimi tak talang kutak diku tak tadigina tom tanai kutak kina kutak cham tari tatana tana tajunu junu tadimi timi tatanai kutak kina kutak cham tari tatana tana tajunu junu tadimi timi tatari tatak tana 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 tajunu junu junu tadimi timi timi takita tadita tana ta junu ta timi tatam tadita kitum
Next, Atikranta Mandala, which is a Akashaga Mandala. The weapons used here are sword and the shield.
Takadimi, 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 talang kutakadiku takatadigina to tam tanam tarita takundari kukundari kita takita dan tanam taritai takundari kukundari kita takita tanam tarita tadan tanam taritai dan tanam tadan tanam tajam tadam tanam kinam ta takadiku kitakidum tajam tadam tanam kinam tai takadiku kitakidum tajam tadam tanam kinam ta takadiku kitakidum ta takadiku kitakidum ta takadiku kitakidum ta.
The last mandala that I would like to demonstrate is Avarta, is a Bhaumya Mandala. And here I have tried to use bow and arrow along with the circular movement of the warriors.
Talang kutak kutak tadigina to tadigu dingu tak dingu tadingu dingu taku dirka talang kutom ta tei ta tei ta tei kitak takidum ta tei ta tei ta tei kitak takidum ta tei ta tei ta tei kitak takidum ta.
In one of my productions, Baji Prabhu, based on the poem Full of Veera Ras by Sri Aurobindo Ghosh, I have used Mandala and Chari in progression, first to show the preparation, actual attack and defense, along with the philosophical note of having complete faith in the Almighty. The poem is all about the great Maratha warrior, Baji Prabhu, who fought till death for Swarajya, a dream of Maratha King Shivaji Maharaj. It was a challenging journey to portray a poem which in detail describes the actual battle between the Maratha and Mughal warriors. The poem also continuously reminds us that we can fight the battles, whether external or internal, with complete faith. There is a Baji in each one of us. Due to this philosophical aspect, the entire production had to have positive, powerful, yet symbolic moments. And the exploration and use of charis and mandala gave me a vocabulary so different yet very effective. Initially, I had planned to show the spiritual aspect in equal proportion to the battle, the outside struggle, but the use of these ancient movements automatically brought in the internalization of the being, which the dancers of the production shared with me time to time. So, without actually bringing in the spirituality with outwardly actions, use of mandala brought about the feel that feels so beautifully in the choreography. Let us see few of the mandala and chari in the actual production during its performance. The first video that you saw was about preparation, utsaha, creating veeras of the warriors. The next video demonstrates how I tried to use the charis to show the attack and defense.
The muskets clamoured out, the bullets sped, deadly, the few, again and yet again.
The concluding video clip will show the actual battle. In my concluding note, I would like to share my experience. It was very interesting to see that these movements have their own tempo. They guide you how to move from nothing to something and how to occupy the Ranga Avkash. Veer Ras is the Ras I have tried to explore through these ancient movements. But this presentation seeks to enrich the understanding of a few of Natya Shastra's foundational philosophies and inspire further exploration of the use of these movements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anjali ji. Actually, I am so intrigued by your presentation because this is something that I closely study as well. In fact, my presentation today, which is just, in some time from now, is also closely related to, what you just presented. You presented on charis and mandalas, and I'm presenting on karanas, which charis get applied into karanas. So I found your interpretation of the charis very, very interesting. So in fact, there are so many looming questions in my mind regarding charis that I think if you're okay with it, I'll probably pick your mind, outside of this. But I overall thoroughly enjoyed your interpretation of the charis. Thank you very much, and I'll open it up for if anybody wants to comment or say anything. Actually, do have one question, if it's okay, if I may ask. So there was, this is a very, very basic question. Is a chari a single-legged movement or both-legged? Because when it comes to the Uddhrita chari alone, I've always wondered, because chari to me, by definition, is performed by one leg. Whether it is Bhumi-chari or Akasha. But in Uddhrita chari alone, it appears as if both the legs are involved. So I've never been able to reconcile that or understand it. But I really like the way that you've interpreted it. It looks very, very interesting.
Right, Ashwini, I mean, I'm not a great Sanskrit scholar. Whatever my teachers taught me, and the study of Natya Shastra and everything. So yes, while interpreting the charis, I have stuck to the description of whatever is given in the Natya Shastra. So yes, the thought that you have put, that whether the Uddhrita chari is a one-legged chari or it has to be, it looks as if two, I mean, both legs together move in sync with each other. Yes, I also feel that both legs in Bhaumyachari as well, not only legs, I feel it's a complete body movement of the dancer that is proposed by the Shastra. That's what I feel. To my understanding, I've tried to interpret the movements with my best capacity.
But it was really, really something totally different. In fact, when I saw it in the group choreography, when you played, especially the battle scenes, when they were getting ready for battle, I thought it really came through. Just the leg movements and them holding the weapons and everything. It really came through. So thank you for sharing.
The music played, of course, the music played a lot of important role, I can say. Plus, the poem is very, very powerful, right? Written by a philosopher. The words, I had a great responsibility while choreographing this. So I'm so glad that it reached, a small clip also reached you, and I hope that it was understood by everyone else also. That's, yes.
Thank you. And I would love your feedback of my presentation as well.
Definitely. I'll be there. Thank you so much.
I'll touch base with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
With that, I would like to move on to our next presenter, Sohini Ray. Sohini Ray is a disciple of late Guru Bipin Singh, Kalavati Devi, and Darshana Jhaveri, is an established exponent and scholar of Manipuri dance. She has her own institution, Manipuri Dance Visions, in California, USA. Sohini ji, I did not know you were in California. I live in California as well, so it's quite late for us right now. Okay, all right. Over to you. Thank you so much. We're really looking forward. So her papers on Mai Tai revivalism and Manipuri dance.
Okay, please give me a second. I will share my screen.
Sure.
Okay, is this visible to everyone? Okay, all right. So first of all, I'm very grateful to Piyal Bhattacharya and his team in Chidakash, Kalalay, and the Sangeet Natak Akademi for giving me this opportunity to present some of my work. I'm truly humbled to be a part of this august lineup of scholars. I've been listening for the past 3 hours, and it's a mind-boggling, session with amazing pieces. So again, I'm very humbled to be presenting my small endeavors in this place. So now, without further ado, I invite all of you to travel with me to Manipur, a lush green valley surrounded by blue mountains. This picturesque valley is the space where we trace the historic journey of Manipuri dance through time. The Métis are a linguistic group who are speakers of the Métis language. They live in the fertile valley surrounded by mountain ranges that are the home to different ethnic groups. As they occupied the fertile plains and pursued an agricultural lifestyle, the Métis community had the time and leisure to pursue literature, philosophy, and fine arts, giving rise to its rich civilization. The Métis indigenous religious faith, now termed Sanamahism, was prevalent among the Métis since immemorial times. There had been undercurrents of several religions in the valley for a long time. During the early 18th century, the then Métis king became a convert to Vaishnavism and ordered all his subjects to convert immediately. Those who refused were exiled, and this religious conversion resulted in a syncretic lifestyle that combines practices from the ancient faith and also Gaudiya Vaishnavism. Thus, Vaishnavism assumed its own flavor in Manipur, and classical Manipuri dance, as we know today, was born. Did this just go on, the PowerPoint? Just like move? I think
No, not really.
there was, yeah, I think the PowerPoint just kind of went forward, but never mind. So I'm sorry. Thus, Vaishnavism, those who refused were exiled, and this religious conversion resulted in a syncretic lifestyle that combines practices from the ancient faith and also Gaudiya Vaishnavism. Thus, Vaishnavism assumed its own flavor in Manipur, and classical Manipuri dance, as we know today, was born at this juncture in history. Before I elaborate on dancing, I will show you an example from the field of ritual architecture, which illustrates this religious syncretism aptly. Now, okay, so this is a photo of, I hope all of you are with me. This is an example of a ritual called Lai Haroba, a ritual festival called Lai Haroba. And this is a photo from a ritual occasion called Lai Lam Tokpa, where the gods are carried out in a procession for a few hours, and they are brought back. And this location called Moirang, this Lai Haroba is considered very famous and very renowned. Now, what I want all of you to focus on is this design of this palanquin. Please make a note of this design, this palanquin. Okay, now, remember, this is Lai Haroba. This is the indigenous Métis traditional festival. Now we move to the festival of what's called in Métis language Kang, or Rath Yatra. Okay, this is Manipuri Rath Yatra. All right, now this is a photo. Please make a note of the structure of the chariot itself. Do you see? So, and of course, here is the photo I've shown. I hope this is visible to everyone, that the deities are being carried up on the chariot, and the deities are exactly the same in other parts of Eastern India. Lord Jagannath, Lord Balaram, and Goddess Shubhadra. But then I wanted to make a note, ask all of you to make a note of this structure. So, as you can see, this very popular Eastern Indian festival of Rath Yatra was absorbed in Manipur with its own unique cultural distinctiveness. Okay, now, The next slide. This is a typical Meitei cottage. Okay, by the way, my late guru is standing right here. This is a very memorable trip for me. And this was one of our last research trips that I went with him. Now, let's take a look. This, you see this very distinctive structure with distinct Southeast Asian influences, right? Now, the next slide, where are we? These buildings could be anywhere in Bengal architecturally, right? So here is the Gopinath temple in a place called Ningthokhong, that's in Manipur. And this temple has been painted white. Now, if anybody's from Manipur is watching this, I'd make a note. This photo was taken, as you see, in 1998. So the color has changed now. This is the royal palace in Imphal. So as you see, that different influences have come to this valley in every sphere of life during this process of conversion to Vaishnavism, and the society has absorbed these influences in its own way. Okay, now I will speak a few words about the Meitei ritual observances and festivals went through a thorough change as Vaishnavite functions were added to the yearly cycle of celebrations. In all the rites of passage functions, dancing was added. Manipuri dance, as we know today, is an umbrella form of several performance traditions. Now, this is the first festival, the first kind of performance tradition, festival representing a performance tradition that I'll talk about in a nutshell, is Lai Haroba. So this is, excuse me, I'm having trouble viewing this, sorry. Okay. So this is, there are two photos from the festival of Lai Haroba, in which the indigenous gods are worshipped and ritual celebrations happen for several days. In this festival, the female priestesses or maibis dance for the gods, as you can see here. And here are the indigenous gods who are being taken out in the palanquin on the day of Lai Lam Thokpa. The dances from Lai Haroba are the prime repertoire of dancing from the Meitei indigenous tradition. Now, the next festival I'm talking about is Ras Leela. Ras Leelas are ritual dance dramas from the life of Lord Krishna that were introduced during the peak of Vaishnavite era in Manipur. There are various categories of Ras Leelas, from Krishna's childhood and also from Lord Krishna's adult life, that are performed ritually in different times of the year. Now here, I have two photos of Ras Leelas from two locations. This photo is from the royal temple, and I'll elaborate further in the paper. The royal temple, every dance festival is performed a little bit differently from the rest of the kingdom. Here, the deities are brought out in the center, and the gopis are the only human beings dancing. And as you can see, this is myself dancing with the deities, and this is one night that really changed my life, to be dancing with the deities in an all-night ritual Ras Leela in the royal palace, in the royal temple. Okay, now this is an example of what is called kulakras. That is from other locations where children are allowed to play the roles of Radha and Krishna. And there are gopis, are adults. Okay. Now, Natpala, belonging to Vaishnavism, Natpala ensemble, it belonging to Vaishnavism, is an ensemble form of drum dancers and singer cymbal dancers. I have a clip shortly to show you. Every rite of passage function, like wedding or shraddha, in Meitei it's called Swarad, is observed with an Atpala performance. Here, we have the bride and groom and the singer from the Natpala, who performs very closely in the wedding function. Now, the next clip, this is an example of a Natpala being performed in an after-death ritual, in a Shraddha. Okay, so I'll share this. Please make a note of the dynamics. Now, a few words about music in these genres. The music from Lai Haroba is distinct. The songs are sung in Meitei language, portraying themes from the ancient indigenous faith, and is reminiscent of East Asian music styles. Bengali Padavali was transported to Manipur during the conversion to Vaishnavism. However, Padavali Kirtan assumed its own distinctive flavor to already existing melodies. Several Hindustani ragas are used in Manipur, but they are sung in their own style, distinctive style, reminiscent of East Asian music. Now, I'd like to look at the pattern of sponsorship and social organization of these festivals. Who actually pays for these to happen? Who organizes them and why? Natpala performance is a compulsory element of a rite of passage function. In a wedding or shraddh, a family has to hire a group of performers to come and perform in their function. And so it is the individual families that sponsors these ritual performance events. However, both Lai Haroba and Ras Leela are community events. A village or a neighborhood in the town come together, organize donations, and organize a celebration of Ras Leela or Lai Haroba. Of course, the royal temple adjoining the royal palace organizes its own under royal patronage, and other Vaishnavite functions. Even though Manipur is a part of a modern democracy, the monarchical dictum is still strongly followed in the celebration of festivals. In every occasion, the celebration begins in the royal temple first, and only after that, other neighborhoods and villages are allowed to hold their own. Now, I'll move on to the second part. Reform and revival. In the early 1940s, some people say 1930s, in the adjoining state of Assam, the Manipuri community, the Manipuri diaspora that resides in Kachar, in the place called Kachar in Assam, there started a new rethinking of the history of Meitei community. Nauria Phulo, this is the name of an individual, led a social movement in rediscovering the ancient Meitei faith without any Vaishnavite influence. His movement for rediscovering and reforming Sanamahi religion first met immense resistance from the monarch in Manipur, but later gained popularity in this place. Especially among the younger generation, there are many converts now who have renounced Vaishnavism completely. In every sphere of life, there is a systematic effort in separating the two traditions. Now, eminent philosopher and cultural critic of Manipur, Elambam Nilakanta Singh, the late Elambam Nilakanta Singh, had discussed Nauria Phulo's movement as a part of Meitei Renaissance. He had identified Nauria Phulo and Hijami Rabat, the leader of the Communist Party of Manipur, as the two pioneers of Meitei Renaissance. While Hijamirabat focused on politics, Nauria Fulo was a cultural activist. And I have a little quote from Elamam Nilakantha's book, which I'll read out. Renaissance is a multi-pronged and multi-layered affair, and it affects the community at various levels. Religion or spirituality has been integrated with the predominantly distinctive aesthetic temperament of this Indo-Mongoloid group. And Bengali Vaishnavism found its supreme expression in songs and dances in this valley with royal patronage. However, there was a note of dissent, a revivalist spirit in the person of Nauria Fulo. It was a reaction against Vaishnavism and had an ethnic dimension, as Sanskrit was totally replaced by chaste Manipuri expression. It found a positive echo in the minds of the young people in their search for ethnic identity and affected the creative expression of young writers and scholars to a considerable extent. This is from a book Oja Nilakantha wrote in 1993, if anyone wants to look it up. Now, during my fieldworks, and I wanted to tell you, yes, I'm a practitioner of dance, but at the same time, I've been doing fieldwork as an anthropologist in Manipur since 1991 till today. So it's been many, many years. During my fieldwork since 1991 till today, I have studied several aspects of the Sanamahi movement and the different ways it is impacting Manipuri dance and also many other aspects of Manipuri society. All of this data has been collected by my fieldwork in rural Manipur and also in the capital, that's Imphal. Now, a few things that I would say before I come in to zero in on dancing, I wanted to give you what's called the wider social context of this movement, and to explain this large and complicated social fabric that will help us in understanding the dance. The rites of passage functions have been reorganized, and Vaishnavite elements are consciously eliminated from every sphere in life. In language, for example, in everyday Meitei language, uses several Sanskrit or Bengali loanwords. To a certain generation, use of Sanskrit loanwords was a symbol of erudition, and I've known that generation. To the present generation and to the people of the revived faith, the use of the archaic Meitei language is much more a symbol of erudition, and use of Sanskrit is not. A major agenda of the revival movement was the revival of the ancient Meitei writing, the Meitei Maek. My own PhD research was on the cultural history of Meitei Maek and how this revival started as a part of the Meitei revival movement and later became a state agenda. Meitei language has a rich literary tradition and its own script for many centuries. During the conversion to Vaishnavism, the language had adopted the Bengali script and had used it for many years. However, the old script has been revived and now it has been introduced in schools. At this point, I should mention that the revival movement is also extremely complex as a social phenomenon, and there are now many sects ranging from moderates to extremists. As I have lived in Manipur and met and interviewed several scholars and social activists, I had the privilege of getting to know the different philosophical and social stances. One of the leaders, for example, told me that women in Manipur should not be wearing clothes like salwar kameez or saris that are brought from outside. They should be wearing faneks only, which are manufactured within the state. And for a while, there was a concerted social effort in discouraging women from wearing any other clothes than fanek. There are other social issues that appeal to people who are not formal converts to Sanamahism. If we look at society and people's proper names, we find that a generation of Meitei individuals who had Sanskrit formal names. My Guruma, Kalavati Devi, Kalavati is a Sanskrit name. Her younger sister, Shantivala Devi, Shantivala is again a Sanskrit name. Our Punguru, Birumongol, that's Sanskrit name again, and so on. And also the use of the titles Devi at the end of women's names and Singh at the end of men's names. The revival movement urged people to seek their Meitei identity in everyday life in changing their proper names into names taken from Meitei language, and also drop the Singh or the Devi from their names. Women were encouraged to take on the titles Chanu or Leima as their last names, depending on their marital status. Many men use the word Meitei as their last names, and many use clan names as their last names. I also want to point out that the place of revival movement in Meitei society is not simple. There are many issues that the revivalists bring forth that appeals to the rest of society, and they take it on. Many families in Manipur, despite not being formal converts to Sanamahism, give their children Western names like Amanda, Elita, and so on. And many families choose names in Meitei language. Okay, now that we have examined the larger social context a little bit, let us look at dancing. Manipuri dance is a living tradition. The stage repertoire is based on ritual dance festivals that are still performed in ritual occasions like rite of passage functions, like wedding or shraddha. Both Ras Leela, as I've said this before, both Ras Leela and Lai Haroba are community events that happen with sponsorship. As I observed during my fieldwork, in the regions of Manipur dominated by the revived faith, sponsorship of Ras Leela has decreased dramatically. And there is a generation growing up in Manipur who have never seen a Ras Leela being organized in the vicinity. On the other hand, sponsorship of Lai Haroba has increased dramatically and have also become more elaborate. Rites of passage functions have been recreated, eliminating Vaishnavite elements. For example, here is a photo of a wedding in the revived Sanamahi faith. Please note that the bride is wearing a fanek and not the traditional poloi, which is associated with Ras Leelas, and that's worn in Vaishnavite weddings. Now, this is a photo from Lai Haroba in 1913. The young woman was wearing a version of poloi. It can be inferred from this photo that the elements of the two traditions, the Sanskritic Ras Leela and the indigenous Lai Haroba, were freely intermixed. Now, in contemporary Lai Haroba, it is unimaginable to wear anything like a poloi or the ornate skirt associated with Ras Leela. Conscious effort is made to make sure that only indigenous Meitei elements are used in Lai Haroba celebrations. Okay. The Natpala, or the quintessential Vaishnavite ensemble performance, has taken another incarnation in the revived faith. This is a new Natpala tradition that follows the same sequence and performance techniques of Vaishnavite Natpala ensemble, but the themes of the songs are different. They are from the indigenous Sanamahi religion. Now I'll play the clip. It's a very short. So this is from an Atpala performance in Ashwarad, Swara, the Shraddha, in the revived Sanamahi faith, and we can catch the words Palim Pantho, Taibung Panba, all words referring to the Heavenly Mother and the Heavenly Father and the owner of the universe, literally translated in the Meitei faith. But the style of singing, the dynamics of the ensemble, and the ritualistic bowing are all exactly the same. I have okay. Yes. Okay. So with this, I'll go into discussion a little bit. Now let me discuss that. I laid out my data. Now let me discuss this data in the light of my own discipline. That's I was trained as an anthropologist, apart from dance practice. And also the topic of the seminar, the spatio-temporal dynamics. As PLG pointed out in his introductory address, British ethnographers looked at dance from a wider social perspective, examining dance as human behavior shaped by cultural worldview. In my research in contemporary anthropology of dance practice, I've examined dance in the context of social movements. In this scenario, with the religious conversions, there is a rapid change in the social space, which is a response to a deep inequality in Meitei society that has been there for centuries. I'm bringing in a third element to the spatio-temporal dynamic, that is the dynamic of power accompanied by agency. Anthropologist Margaret Mead had said, all social movements are founded by, guided by, motivated, and seen through by the passion of individuals. It is the individuals like Nauria Fulo who saw the oppression of the Meitei people by the neighboring dominant groups and also by the monarch and his associates in Manipur. Creation of an original cultural identity was the goal of the revival movement. The Meitei revival envisioned dance as one of the agents of social change. Removing ritual Ras Leela from society, re-emphasizing Lai Haroba and rebuilding Natpala with indigenous elements, and are all parts of this change, contributing to the new identity formation of this community. The agency of this movement is changing space as it is bringing forth the unsaid expressions that had been suppressed historically. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ji. Before we open it up to questions, I just want to correct myself. There was a bit of a technical issue here, and only half of your intro was available to me. So I would like to inform our viewers that Dr. Sohini Ray received her PhD in anthropology from University of California, Los Angeles, and taught in the University of California, Irvine and Santa Barbara. Her research in Manipuri dance won the prestigious J.B. Don Prize in Anthropology of Arts given by the Royal Anthropological Institute, UK. She was the first dance researcher in the world to receive this accolade in 2010. She has performed and choreographed widely and has also received several grants and fellowships in California, including the Lester Houghton Award for her production in 2008. I'm sorry for that little...
Thank you so much. That's very generous of you.
Thank you, and I will I'll pass the baton back to Deep. He's back, and we can take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sohindi, for this wonderful presentation. We have heard tales how you took all the toil back in the 90s and had gone into the village to shoot. And this is actually quite palpable through your presentation, how you have delved deep into it. So that was wonderful. But before I share anything, we have a question from
Sure.
another of our presenters. This
Yes.
is from Bimbavati
Yes,
Devi.
from Bimba.
Yeah,
Yes, Bimba, what do you have to ask?
yes, yeah, she's there.
Yes.
Bimbadi, she has actually typed it for us. In
Okay.
the community prayer performed by the
You can
non-Vaishnavites.
you can switch on the video. I mean, I'm there, but
Oh, yeah.
I just keep my microphone.
Okay, right, fine.
Should I read in the chat, or what should I do?
I will read it out for you for your convenience. Okay. So she asks, in the community prayer performed by the non-Vaishnavites, why are they using kartal, pung, and why are they wearing lugun, the
Yes.
sacred thread? This
Okay.
is a very Hindu symbolism, nothing to do with Sanamahism. Poite
Okay,
in Maithilan is called lugun, right? Of course.
Okay, so let me explain the poite, I mean the lugun part first. Okay, now Bimba, here is my master's thesis. Okay, you open page 65. I have elaborated the ritual called liming loba, which I had collected the data of exactly. You see, this whole lifestyle was, created from the philosophy. So all these rites of passage functions were formulated from the Meitei faith, from elements of the Meitei faith. So the exact similar function, exact parallel function of the lugun, of the lugun ceremony, is called liming loba. And the people in the revived faith also wear the sacred thread, just like Vaishnavite Meiteis. Now, why they're using pung, kartal? You see, here is the thing. This whole structure, and that's the part I did not read. I thought I'll bring it up in the discussion. And I hope, people will be curious about this, that Natpala is a very Vaishnavite. Of course, it has a stamp of Vaishnavism in it, right? But then this whole devotional offering in dance and music, this very athletic dance, and this very, engaged music. This has become it has delved so deep in Meitei society that if you really go to a Shraddh, and I'm from Bengal, so when I first went, when you first go to a Natpala, when you first go to a Shraddh, you have no other choice. You'll be crying. I was crying, for hours when each time, some of these moments came, the junctures came, and everybody was crying for the deceased. It's a very emotional function at the end of extremely high quality. So, but this performance is so deeply etched that even though, this is the irony, even though the society is discarding Vaishnavism, but they are not discarding Natpala. They were holding on to it with revived elements, with changed themes. But the performance, the structure of the performance is intact. And the emotion, the rendering, it's intact right there. And this, I find it absolutely striking as an anthropologist and a dancer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't want to keep the microphone on. There's too much sound here. Thank you, Shohinidhi, for such a lovely presentation.
Thank you for coming. I know you're in the train now, so.
Yeah, we also have Radha Manvi Devi with us.
Yes.
If she would also like to share anything, we welcome her.
Oh.
So I'm sure
Yes.
we have.
Namaste.
No,
It's very nice paper.
oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm looking
Didi.
forward to yours.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Anybody else? Like,
well, I would like to add one thing that Shohinidhi has wonderfully connected the idea of spaces, of social space, okay, and of anthropologists, how do they look into it, and how a shift of perspective is required, perhaps, in order to reinvent and to, as she says, reinvigorating them. So that's really important in order to create pedagogy, because many a times what happens is that the path is perhaps laying there, but we do not see until unless we create a pedagogy. And she is introducing her own perspective and newer elements of bringing in agency, and I'm sure it will be a helpful lens for us to understand time and space in a better way. So thank you, Shohinidhi.
thank you. Thank you again. Thank you all for having me.
Shohinidhi, if you could just stop sharing your
Yes,
presentation.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So now we should move on. I would like to welcome our next presenter. We have our friend and a wonderful dancer with us, Ashwini Srivatsan. Before I invite her to present her paper, let me introduce her in a few words. Ashwini Srivatsan is an Indian classical dancer with over 25 years of Bharatanatyam training under Guru Srimati Nirmala Madhava and Bharatanatyam expertise from late Guru Srimati Sundari Sanathanam, a senior disciple of Padma Bhushan Dr. Padma Subramanian. She extensively studies the Natya Shastra and Indian philosophies under the guidance of renowned Tagore research scholar Sri P.L. Bhattacharya. Ashwini's most recent choreography, Amugdha Malyada, portraying the life of poet Saint Ondal, has received high acclaim in the US. There was a research scholar whom we missed last day, Dr. Ritika Botterwell. She works on Ondal, so I'm sure when she knows this, she would be really happy. So to come back to her intro, she presently runs Kanha School of Dance in the Bay Area, California. Actively engaged in Natya Shastra research, her quest is to learn the essence of a Karana. Ashwini holds a unique position, having learned both the perspectives of Dr. Subramaniam and Sri P.L. Bhattacharya's work simultaneously. Currently, she is actively working on establishing the Marga pedagogy in the Bay Area, California. And no wonder she has chosen this topic for her paper. I welcome to present a paper titled Analyzing the Marga Karanas of Bharata Muni's Natya Shastra through a novel 6-point matrix based on Abhinav Bharati. Ashwini, over to you.
Thank you, Deep. Thank you very much. The last 3 days, and including today, 4, have been absolutely enlightening, and in so many ways, listening to all the wonderful scholars speak, the erudite scholars speak and share, and we have some great thinkers, has made me feel rather insignificant and insufficient. And in so many ways, I find myself questioning my preparedness, but I'm gathering all my courage and strength to present and put forth my work in front of this esteemed audience here today. I've made a video that's going to run about 14 minutes straight, and I'd be happy to take questions at the end of the video. I wasn't sure what to expect because I live in California, so I just decided to make a video for whatever reason, so that my presentation is intact. So let me just get that started. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Namaste. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. My name is Ashwini Srivatsan, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Sangeet Natak Akademi and Shri P.L. Bhattacharya for the opportunity to present my work at this esteemed seminar. The topic for my presentation is analyzing the Marga Karanas of Bharata Muni's Natya Shastra through a unique 6-point matrix based on Abhinava Bharati. I am trained in the Marga Karanas of the Natya Shastra under late Guru Sundari Santanam, the senior most disciple of Dr. Padma Subramaniam. I have also studied the Natya Shastra and the Karanas directly under Sri Pyal Bhattacharya for the last 4 years. Drawing from the perspectives of two of the most prominent contributors in the field of the Karanas, that includes Dr. Padma Subramaniam and Sri Pyal Bhattacharya, I embark on a personal quest based on my understanding of the Natya Shastra. Today, I delve into the essence of a Karana, exploring insights from Natya Shastra and Abhinava Bharati in the practical analysis of these movements. The definition of a Karana given by Bharata Muni in the Natya Shastra proves to be the best starting point to understanding what a Karana is. Hastapada Samayoga Nrittasya Karanam Bhavet. In simple words, this means the conjunction of Hasta and Pada gives rise to a Nritta Karana. Abhinava Gupta's thorough commentary on the specific definition of a Karana offers valuable insights for our study. Relying solely on his commentary and principles from the Nyaya school of philosophy, I have pinpointed 6 parameters that serve as qualifiers in the practical analysis of a Karana. The 6-point matrix comprises of the following parameters. Eka Kriya, exploring the essence of a singular action within each Karana. Ekadeshat Prapti, visualizing the movement as happening in either the right half of the body or the left half. Atratat Rasa, exploring aesthetic resonance within the Karanas by maintaining a continuous flow of energy without interruption. Reverberative suggestion for Natya Prayoga, leveraging Abhinava Gupta's insights to integrate an emotional component which is produced solely through the body for application in Natya. Absence of doshas, scrutinizing the Karanas to ensure the absence of Ativyapti, Avyapti and Asambhava doshas in accordance with Nyaya philosophical principles. Alignment with Natya Shastra's Vidhi, ensuring that the analyzed Karanas adhere closely to the guidelines set forth in the Natya Shastra itself. In the interest of time, today I will be focusing on only 2 of the above parameters and finally end the presentation with a practical demonstration of how these parameters have been incorporated to analyze the 7th Karana named Swastika Rechita. The first parameter is called Eka Kriya. Simply put, Eka means one, while Kriya means an action. So an Eka Kriya can be thought of as a single action. Abhinava Gupta defines an Eka Kriya of a Karana as follows. Purva Kshetra Samyoga Tyagena Samuchita Kshetrantara Prapti Paryantataya Eka Kriya Tat Karana Mithyartha Uttara Samyogantam Hi Sarvatra Karma. Meaning, an Eka Kriya entails relinquishing a specific position, Purva Kshetra, to attain a desired position, Samuchita Kshetra, in order to reach a final position, Uttara Samyoga. From a practical standpoint, this definition has very little to offer us. It is broad, general, non-specific. It's hard to grasp from such a general definition of an action the specific nature of a Karana, or at least this is what I thought until I came across similar definitions of a Kriya and Karman in Vaisheshika, Nyaya, and the Sankhya and Aranyaka. The definitions are almost identical to each other. In the interest of time, I'm only sharing the Nayayika viewpoint on a Kriya. According to the Nayayikas, every action inherently commences with a starting point and it unfolds through 3 essential steps for complete manifestation. The steps are Vibhaga. Every activity initiates with a disjunction. Purva Desha Samyoga Nasha. It leads to a loss of conjunction with the previous spot. And Uttara Desha Samyoga, culminating with a final conjunction with another spot. In simple terms, an action has a well-defined beginning, middle, and an end. However, the terminology that Abhinavagupta uses to describe an Eka Kriya is identical to the terminology used here in Nyaya to describe a general Kriya. Numerous additional clues, which time constraints prevent me from delving into, further support the evident connection between Abhinavagupta's definition and the definitions of a Kriya in Vaisheshika and Nyaya. Now that I have established a link between Nyaya and Abhinavagupta's definition of an Eka Kriya, I am going to take this a step further to link Kriya and time. According to the Nayayikas, one Kriya encompasses a total of 5 kshanas, including the starting and ending position. In effect, they assign time to a basic action which is a combination of sthiti or stasis and gati, movement. A karana is also defined by Abhinavagupta as a combination of sthiti and gati, and therefore I take the liberty to apply the Nayayika viewpoint of 5 kshanas representing one kriya to an Eka kriya. But the question arises, what is a kshana and how do we measure it? The Kala Tattva Kosha series edited by Kapila Vatsyayan offers a comprehensive collection of various references to the term kshana. The subsequent meaning of a kshana that holds significance for our exploration has been extracted from the Bhagavata Purana. The breakdown mentioned below is presented in contemporary units of measurement within the Kala Tattva Kosha. The specific duration of a kshana, approximately 1.28 seconds, appears to be a reasonable choice for the current study among its various connotations. A kashtham, composed of 5 kshanas, amounts to roughly 6.4 seconds. Starting now. So far, we've been able to establish that an Eka Kriya is a singular action with a distinct beginning, middle, and end. The definition bears a close connection to the definition of a Kriya in Nyaya and Vaisheshika, and I have therefore applied the concept of time that Nayayikas apply to a singular action to the idea of an Eka Kriya. Hence, we arrive at 5 kshanas for one Eka Kriya, which is approximately 6.4 seconds. In the practical examination of the Karanas, we have employed a heart rate sample of 62 beats per minute as the foundational beat. This specific measure is used by Sri Piyal Bhattacharya based on his research, where he establishes a link between the Pancha Akshara Kala of the Natyashastra Tala system and a resting heart rate of 62 beats per minute. This heartbeat sample sets the tempo for the Chat Putta Tala from the Natyashastra, which consists of 8 beats. A complete cycle of Chat Putta, synchronized with the 62 BPM heart rate sample, approximately equals 6.92 seconds, closely aligning with 5 kshanas of 6.4 seconds. Therefore, one cycle of the Chat Putta Tala is utilized to structure an
Deep, if I could.
Ashwini, you should silence yourself and then play.
I don't think it's me. I think it's the one that's saying SKSNA. There's absolutely no noise at my end. Thank you. Sorry for that.
For practical analysis,
Sorry for the
having a general ballpark for the length of the karana aids in determining the density of rechakas, the texture or the timbre of the movement, as it needs to be completed within a certain time frame. Without such a parameter, achieving uniformity in the execution of movements becomes challenging. Now I would like to elaborate on the second parameter, which is Athrutat Rasa. In the concluding verse of the 4th chapter of the Natyashastra, Bharata Muni references Maheshwarasya Charitam. The verse conveys that by performing this dance, one attains the abode of Shiva with a soul purified of all sins. Essentially, dancing a karana enables the practitioner to embody the activity of Maheshwara. This raises a crucial question: if a karana is a tool for experiencing Maheshwara's activity, how does it differ from any other kriya? The answer to this question, in my perspective, delves into the core of what defines a karana and dictates its execution. Abhinavagupta's commentary provides a comprehensive explanation of what transforms a karana into a sadhana or a tool. He asserts that a karana is not an ordinary kriya, but a nrittasya kriya, specifically belonging to nritta. Nritta, stemming from the nritta dhatu, is characterized as nriti gatra vikshepe, or the throwing of the body. Abhinavagupta underscores that this bodily throw or vikshepa must manifest vilasa or grace. The word vilasa provides clues as to what kind of grace. Etymologically, vilasa stems from the prefix vi and the root las along with the ghai pratyaya. The ghai pratyaya underscores that vilasa stands as a distinct form of kriya, diverging from the ordinary kriya. It doesn't encompass a general sense of grace. Instead, it embodies Vishesha Vilasa, a particular and extraordinary manifestation of grace. It is Sri Piyal Bhattacharya who pointed out to me that the grammatical construction of the word Vilasa offers insight into what kind of grace. But how can such paramount grace be achieved? Abhinavagupta employs the term atrutita to elucidate the generation of grace. Truti in Sanskrit carries multiple meanings, with cutting or breaking being the most relevant in this context. However, atruti specifically conveys uncut or unbroken, indicating a movement that is seamless and without gaps. From a practical standpoint, though, the question arises as to how to infuse grace into the Kriya. The answer lies in the Rechakas and Vartanas mentioned by Bharata. The Rechakas of the Kati, Griva, Pada and Hasta serve as a means of combining several Kriyas to make one unbroken Kriya that is infused with grace. Before we move on to see the practical application of the above points, here is a quick recap and what to look for in the movements. So far, based on its definition alone, a Karana emerges as a singular unit of movement which lasts for approximately 5 kshanas or 6.4 seconds, characterized by a graceful, harmonious fusion of the upper and lower body, sustained by an unbroken sequence without interruptions. Now I will demonstrate how the above points are used to analyze the 7th Karana, Swastika Rechitam. Abhinavagupta mentions 6 Nritta Hastas for this Karana. However, he does not mention a specific leg movement or a chari. Let me walk you through Abhinavagupta's commentary for the movement. Starting from the Chaturashram position, Abhinavagupta illustrates a sequence in which both hands execute the Rechita Vartana up to the head level by employing Vyavartita. Subsequently, the hands descend along the sides of the body towards the middle, followed by Avithavaktra Nrittahasta. Then, the hands cross in front of the chest to form Swastika, which is released using Viprakirna and eventually concluding in Paksha Vanchita and Paksha Pradhyotaka near the waist. This sequence constitutes a single movement or an Ekakriya of Swastika Rechita. Abhinavagupta dismisses alternative traditions of his time that utilize Mandalasthana or Samanaka while executing this Karana. Therefore, the chari for this has been carefully chosen to avoid Mandala and Samanaka and taking care not to have any overlaps with other Karanas. Baddha or Apakranta chari seem to be the most appropriate. The specific purpose of using this Karana in Vyakyartha Abhinaya is to portray intense joy. This has been kept in mind while executing this Karana. With this said, I will now present to you Swastika Rechitam, and I hope that you can identify how the 6 Nritta Hastas have been fused together to form one Eka Kriya equaling one Chachat Putta cycle to give the Angadhvani or reverberation of intense joy. And I hope that you enjoyed the presentation, and I would be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. over to you, Deep. That was pretty much my presentation, and I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm happy to answer any questions, or if you have any comments, please do share.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashwini. But before I say anything, the masters are here. I would like to ask them if they have anything to share. Anjali ji, Renu ji. And we also have one of our students, Kamalakshi ji, also, if she would like to share anything, what is her views? Yes, Anjali ji, of course.
It was a beautiful presentation, Ashwini. I mean, I just enjoyed every bit of it. So much to learn from you as well. I mean, the movements. And so I want to ask you that the Mugdha Naika that you showed through Valitoruka Karana, how was the process of the movement is one part of it, the abhinay, or to show the bhav of Mugdha Naika. Did you do some special efforts, or it was apparently, I mean, we could see that it was Mugdha Naika. So what was the process? That's my main question of, besides the bodily movement, for the expressions.
That's a very interesting question, actually. So with Valitorukam especially, so I've been working very closely with Pyalda when it comes to, so I will, I'll think of something whenever I have questions. I think I consider myself a very good question asker. I keep asking questions. And this is one of those days where I was just asking, and he brought to my attention that a Mugdha Naika, we generally think of a Mugdha Naika as someone who's just shy. But he told me, he said that a Mugdha Naika, and this is from, I can't remember the exact, I don't know, Deep, if you can help me with this, but there was it'll come to me. A reference to the Mugdha Naika, which
was it Sudha and Anuda?
No. So basically, he shared with me that a Mugdha Naika is not necessarily shy, but she's just someone that she has an interest. She wants to engage, but she doesn't know how to, because she's inexperienced. So it's not that she doesn't want to engage in that. So it is a very interesting. So usually we think of shy, and shy means simply drawing away. But this is drawing away, but then opening up back again, because you want to engage, you just don't know how. So when this definition came to my attention, I think that's when everything really fit like a puzzle piece, because then the Akshipta made sense because you're withdrawing, but then now the Baddha made sense because you're again opening up to to your lover, or whoever is there. So that was the process for Valitorukam, but it sort of came together in an odd way. It's not like we started out with that and then put the movement together. The movement was there because we knew that Akshipta and Baddha were part of the movement from Abhinav Gupta's commentary, but later the Mugdha Naika, the definition of a Mugdha Naika sort of came to the fore, and then everything sort of fit like a puzzle piece. But I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. It was very beautiful. I liked it, loved it. Thank you so much.
Yes, Sohiniti has a question.
Ashwini, your presentation was really beautiful. Okay, I had a different kind of question. You are based in California, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you live here, or do you just come back?
No, I live here. I live in the Bay Area, California.
Okay, all right. How do you fit in? This is, I think, aside from spatio-temporal, anything, how do you fit in the diasporic dance scene? Because that's, one of my struggles.
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
The question is, in the Bay Area, in the Indian dance scene, you know, uh, how do you fit in? Do you have a school? Do you have students? How do you deal with like the community, the Indian community here in the Bay Area? It's slightly different from being in India, right? So how is your dance finding acceptance or appreciation, or where are you presenting, and how is that for you?
Yeah, so that's a very interesting question, something I think about on an everyday basis, because the more I engage in this and the more I'm learning, the practical difficulty of being able to present something here is also there. It's not just, I think we have an audience. We have an audience. We have a lot of amazing artists here, a lot of talent, but the specific skill set that is required to put a presentation together, I think is a little bit lacking, because let's think of let's say a harp, or the kind of instruments that you would need to put a musical piece together, or an orchestra together to showcase a dance like this. That is lacking, right? And that is something that we need to sort of cultivate and grow from the ground up, the skills. So I think about that all the time, and I tell myself it's a long journey. I've been in California for about 26, 27 years now. And when I came, I was a practitioner of Bharatanatyam. Early in my days, I was practicing Bharatanatyam, where I was doing the Karanas. And at that time, I felt like there wasn't too much awareness of the Karanas at the time. But now things have sort of changed, and there is a large audience that likes to consume Bharatanatyam, that has an appreciation for it. And so I tell myself that there is hope, that things will change. And I think that between me and I have a lot of students in the Bay Area, and I am slowly growing nurturing a small set of students in the Natyashastrik, the Marga tradition. And I hope to continue to present and talk about it as I learn more about it, and so we can nurture a community here, so that we're sort of self-sustained. We're able to do the music and the dance and all of that, because it is very much required to sustain something like this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I face some very similar situations here with Manipuri dance, and I'm still struggling. I've been here for 30 years. I'm still struggling. So
it's a practical difficulty, but I must say I've had the good fortune of Pialda's support. He's supported me largely with any sort of not just learning the Natyashastra, but from a practical standpoint as well, whether it's the music or whether it's production. I think he's at the moment I rely entirely and solely on him to sort of help me on that front. But I'm hoping to also learn and equip myself, because I have to not only learn the dance, but also learn the musical side of things, and equip myself so that it can all come together and something come out of this. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have a question from Renuji. The word I was about to mention to Anjaliji, she has mentioned this quite wisely, is Angadhvani. And that inherited in dance is so, and she says, was presented beautifully through Vishesha Vilasa. And she asks, was there a concrete reason for choosing Nyaya philosophy?
Yeah, definitely. There are several evidences that when you read the Natyashastra, you cannot escape the fact that Nyaya sort of forms the very base. It's almost like it was a standard that was used back in the day to write Sanskrit texts and and so on. So right from the Anubandha Chatushtaya, which is the first 4 questions that get posed at the very beginning of the text, there are several instances that that sort of bring to the fore that Nyaya sits at the base of how the Natyashastra has been written. And even if that weren't true, what Nyaya provides is a logical way to analyze a particular karika. And for my particular interest, my particular study, I have 108 karikas of each of the karanas, and every karika essentially captures a unique feature of, obviously it doesn't capture everything there is to be captured about the karana. It is only able to capture in a nutshell what that karana is, and that nutshell essentially captures the most unique characteristic of that particular karana. So in other words, Nyaya would call it the asadharana lakshana of that karana, which is the most unique feature. So I'm hoping that by using the Nyaya philosophical principles and avoiding the Ativyapti, Avyapti, and Asambhava doshas, what we end up with at the very end of this study is 108 unique movements that are free of overlap. That way, we're not, we take great care in analyzing every karika, and Nyaya helps us do that. It sort of equips us with the right tools to be able to analyze these karikas, and that's why I find Nyaya helpful.
Thank you so much, Ashwini ji, for this beautiful explanation, and your clarity of thought is really commendable. And all the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashwini, for clearing this out. Last day, we talked about how language creates space. And when it comes the Shastric space, if I may add a bit to you, that it creates the basis of it. Okay, because when it comes to writing the tikas, the commentaries and the sub-commentaries, so they provide that space, the syntactical space. So that whether it is, if you go to Vedanta Paribhasha, if you go to Vaisheshikas, you will find that they follow that pattern, that logical progression, and of course, as you said, to stay away from the doshas. So it's a typical feature which we also find even in Shiva Drishti, such a text of Kashmiri Shaivas also, that the syntactical pattern, that writing space, that tapestry is weaved with Nyaya, the structure of Nyaya. So that was wonderful. And you mentioned that I was pro in comparing, which I am not, but now you are pro in at least dealing with Karana. So good luck with that. Seriously, we enjoyed it.
Thanks. I must conclude quickly by saying that I have to offer my sincere gratitude to Pyalda, and of course all my gurus, but especially Pyalda, for the last 4 years for me have been enlightening in every sense of the word, and I don't think I'll be here today without his support and guidance. So thank you very much, and Deep, you as well. Thank you.
We last day saw how music creates line and how it gets translated into Patachitra. Vibhuji is also here today. We could see how line through the body itself creates and carves spaces. And we can see that from an immensely expanse of space, we come back through line, we carve out space, and then everything in that space begins with a bindu. Last day, we heard Mandakini Trivedi ji talking about how everything emanates from a bindu, and we also heard Pratik and Vibhuji mentioning this on the very first day. And so this central space is important. And on that very note, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Karen Christine Veloso Martins, if I have uttered it correctly. And she's also fondly known as Kamalakshi Rupini Devi. To introduce her quickly, Karen is a dancer, teacher, scholar, researcher, choreographer, and actress dedicated to arts, especially to Indian classical dances. Graduated in performing arts, she also holds a master's in arts. She has performed in the main traditional festivals of India and in other parts of the world, receiving important awards and titles such as Nritya Ratna Award. Trained for decades under the traditional guru B. Bhanumati in Bharatanatyam, she has also learned from the Devadasi Kannagambhujam, Kannagambhujam, and has learned Bharatanatyam from Shraddha Prabhu Kumar. Considering the traditional Indian dance as a way of life beyond the technique, she shares the depth of its knowledge through teaching and performing. At the same time, she also wishes to share the depth of the technique itself, zooming in and out in the exploration of the diverse aspects and contributions that Indian dance can give to the world. I now welcome her to share her paper From Within, Flowing Around the Center, unveiling the significance of the central space in Bharatanatyam, scriptures and its effect on the mind. Kamalakshi, over to you.
Namaste. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sangeet Natak Academy and Pialda for having me here and all of you. I also would like to pay my respects to my beloved gurus, without whom I wouldn't be here today. So I'll talk briefly on that topic, from within, flowing around the center, unveiling the significance of the central space in Bharatanatyam, scriptures, and its effects on the mind. So to start, Indian traditional knowledge is all about metaphysics, we can say, because even when we have pragmatic kind of knowledge, it revolves around something that goes deeper. Even in the Natya Shastra itself, it was just said that in the chapter 4, it says like, after some time practicing this Natya, the dancer will go to Shiva's abode. And even there, it's also said that this knowledge encompasses dharma, artha, kama, and the moksha. And we know that moksha is the aim in the end of all this knowledge. So be it in constructing houses or medicine or arts, whatever traditional knowledge we have from India, these things are always kept inside, especially the aim of it, that is moksha. So it's very much about what is beyond what we can perceive with your bare eyes, as well as what is inside the self, the soul, and all that. So the space will allow us to make this invisible visible. It will allow us to share this metaphysical realm with each other. So we need a space in dance. If there's no space, we'll not see somebody dancing. But even the space also, it will depend very much on time, because if time is not passing, we'll have a picture, we'll have a sculpture, but we'll not have dance. So we need the space to see the invisible, and we need the passage of time so that this visible will be dance, not a picture, not sculpture, not something else, but dance. And like that, the space that things occupy in time and the space are also relevant, in which position will keep things in the space and within the passage of time. So even in common sense, when you say that something has a central thing, this is a central thing to the subject, to this matter. Central means essential. This is the essential thing. Without this, the thing will not be. Like that, the center is the most important part. And when we have the body, the dancing body, the center of the body is also the most important. We also have that information from other texts that which are not only dance texts, such as the Sushruta Samhita of Ayurveda, that emphasizes the importance of keeping the health of this middle part of the body that is around the navel, keeping the health of that region, which connects various nadis and regulated bodily functions. We also have that in the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali describing pranayama and dhyana, aimed at balancing and activating the Nabhi energy. Even if we think now not only about the body, but the bigger body of the Purusha in the Vastu Shastra, the central space, the Brahmasthana, is the place's sacred heart. If we have the mandala, also the central point is the most important. That is also explained in many Upanishads and Tantric texts, where it is described as this center, as the place where the universal self and the divine energy reside as a seed, which reflects its potential for creation and transformation. So this central part of the body is the part from where all the creative power and the transformation power comes. So it's a very important part of our creation process. And even physically speaking, it is known that the awareness of that middle portion of the body will bring very important things regarding the strength and the balance of the whole body, as well as providing a reference point to balance and align the posture and coordinate movements, because it will bring together the two sides, it will bring together up and down parts. So the central of the body is the most important. Then if we move to literature, we also have the same thing. Take the Bhagavad Gita, for example. It is considered that the main chapters are the central ones. And that makes a lot of sense, because just as when we are dancing, we warm up the body and then we cool down the body, and that will be very healthy for us as dancers. It will keep our body healthy. In the same way, our attention also needs to be warmed up, and then it has to be cooled down before we go on with our life. So it makes a lot of sense that the central part of the text will be the most important one. Even in the Bhagavad Gita itself, we have Krishna saying to Arjuna that he's giving the most confidential knowledge, the most important knowledge in the chapter 9. In the second shloka, he says, Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitramidam Uttamam Pratyakshavagamam Dharmyam Susukham Kartumavyayam. He says, like, I'm giving now the Raja Vidya, the king of all knowledge, and that is in the middle. And in the same way, I can have many other examples, like in the Mahabharata, where that has 18 Pandavas, and the main part, that is the Bhagavad Gita, is in the 6th. Or in the Manusmriti, when the main chapters are the 6th and the 7th, also in the middle. Or in the Rig Veda, that from books 5 to 9, we have the cosmic sacrifice and the idea of the Purusha there, which is also in the middle. So in the literature, also our traditional literature, we can find many examples. And then in the same way, if you go to the because I'm mainly Bharatanatyam dancer, if you go to the Bharatanatyam Margam, what we have in the center position of the Margam will be the Varnam, which is considered the most difficult and the most special of all the items we have. And many scholars like Sunil Kothari and Kapila Vatsyayan will talk about the importance of the Varnam. And here in the same way also, both for the warming up of the body as well as of the mind, in the Varnam, you are already completely engaged in the performance. That is true for the dancers, that is true for the musicians, and that is true for the audience as well, which will have, complete attention by that time. No distractions will be there, because for some time we have been watching the dance or have been dancing, and our attention will not be too tired yet, like in the end of the Margam. So there in the middle, all this important piece will be in a shield where distractions will not come and tiredness will not come. And then what I find interesting is that it's very much contrary, it's very much opposite. If we think like we are watching a Hollywood movie, suppose, we have usually the most important part in the end. So the audience is expecting like what will be the amazing end, what's going to happen, right? And that's why we don't give spoilers. We don't tell the end of the movie to somebody who's going to watch it, right? So we just give the big surprise in the end, and the audience is left with that adrenaline of an exciting surprise of the end. And then it's like that fantasy world is there, and then there's an adrenaline punch, and then they just go back to normal daily life, ordinary dull life. But in the Margam, it's not like that. The peak is not the end. The focus is not on the adrenaline of the unexpected, especially because usually we know the stories, we know what it's talking about. Many times we have seen that same item performed many times. So the focus is not a big punch of adrenaline and surprise, but is on the experience of the various emotions. So the focus is not in the end, because we understand there is no real end. If we think like I am born and then I will live, and then I will die, and that's it. I can just draw a life like this, like a line. And I can make a big emphasis here on the end. How does it finish? But if I see life as a cycle, then I will draw like I'm born, I live, I die, I'm born, I live, I die, I'm born, I live, I die, like that. And then if I make a point in any part of this circle, it's not a big deal because it's going over and over again. So there's no reason to highlight the end, because the end means a new beginning. But does it mean that we don't have then a central point, a point of emphasis? No, actually we have a point of emphasis, but that is in the middle of the center, of the circle. So we have a center around which everything is revolving. Like that, the main point of that life experience is not in the end, surprising end of something, but in the center around which everything revolves. And that center is ultimately metaphysical. So that has to be kept in mind, because that will bring the unity of the entire experience. Otherwise, it will be just something scattered all around. There will be a dissociation of the mind. But if we have everything circulating around that central point, then we have unity in the variegatedness of that experience. So the peak in the middle allows the mind to be brought slowly to its functional state. When we have the Varnam in the middle, we just don't finish in that peak. Slowly, slowly, we are bringing back, in the rest of the Margam, we are bringing back the mind to its functional state, to its daily life state, which will also allow this experience to be integrated with the rest of the life, integrated with the being. And I was thinking about that. I was in Vrindavan not much time ago, just a few days back. And when we go to the Banka Bihari temple, after taking the darshan, we just sit outside quietly and we think about all that. And then slowly you talk to someone who is beside you. Okay, let's go, let's go. You get up and you go. So just as I was saying also, that we cool down the body. And when we cool down the body, if you are making strengthening exercises, when you cool down the body, you can absorb whatever you have done with the exercise. So like that also is with the mind. If you want to absorb that in your life, whatever you have gone through, you need to have time to slowly come back to that functional, I'm calling it functional, but it would be like the ordinary state, let's say, the daily state, the daily life. So the experience of the art is in a continuum with life. And because that central point is there, we are always keeping in perspective that metaphysical central point. It becomes something completely different than that movie experience of a fantasy in opposition to a dull life when that experience is finished. You don't have that fantasy and then, okay, finish, go back to my ordinary life. It's like we have an experience of the metaphysical realm, that invisible that was made visible through arts, and then we keep that with us. We bring that, we absorb that experience and we bring that with us. And then the more we do that, the more we'll be always with the awareness of the blissful self. And this blissful self is also in our ordinary life. So it's not fantasy, beautiful and dull life. It's a continuum awareness of the blissful self. So like that, this experience of art and this experience with this metaphysical thing in the center, why we are doing art, I think this is the central point. Understanding ourselves as souls, as metaphysical beings, as eternal beings, why we are doing this, why are we using our time and our life breath, our energy to do this. This is a central point. And everything, not only I'm a dancer and it has nothing to do with my life, But if I'm a dancer, what does it has to do with the way I live my life, with the way I see things, I respond to things? If we have this integration of everything in our life, that art will mirror, and it will cause at the same time a more centered kind of human being. It is also, we can relate to the karma yoga practice, in which the end is not the focus, but the activity is the focus. We just do what we have to do. It also shows how important it is to conduct the activities of the mind and emotions within a proper frame, finding equanimity and peace instead of this incessant search for adrenaline punches, which is something very much present in our contemporary world. And all that then will offer the possibility of a more integrated being, as I said, bringing the oneself, the ego, the self, the shadows, everything, our needs, our issues, everything together in this integrated, healthier, happier being. And healthier, happier being will result in healthier and happier society. So I think we should always think about this central thing. What is central to my practice? Ultimately, why I'm doing all this, what really matters. I think that that is what I want to bring as a reflection to the practice of those who are here today.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. That was, I can see that that was lived reality and lived space that you have shared through your experience. So that was very well put. Now I open the session to everyone. If anybody would like to add or ask anything, may do so. So I would also like to ask another question, if you do not mind. That is, how your spiritual exploration has helped you. You have talked about, okay, before that, there's a question from Renuji. Kamalakshi, your views are so much in tune with the audience expectation. They are generally in a state of awe. Yeah. So they are generally in a state of awe during a classical dance performance due to adrenaline punches. Can you comment on the audience?
Okay, well, I will. I can comment on that from my very personal perspective, right? I think everyone will have a different one, but I feel that it's not only adrenaline punches all the time. I think it's more regulated, there is more equanimity in a sense, because so much of the items we do, if we talk, for example, especially because I'm from Brazil, I'm not Indian, right? So I have a lot of experience in dancing for non-Indian audience also, which, of course, it will give me a certain perception of how people experience that. They usually see that our traditional dance, sometimes it's not very much an adrenaline punch as if we watch like a Western movie, as I said. Because there is a lot of time for feeling and thinking and experiencing. Not all the items are super fast, or the rhythm is, super intricate and complex. And maybe for us as dancers, we experience much more adrenaline when we are watching, because we know what the other artist is going through, how difficult that jati is, and all these things. But for the audience itself that is not artist, I find, at least speaking to many people, that they don't find this adrenaline punch so much. They experienced in a more equanimous kind of way, and I think it's full of experience, that's for sure. But it will be very much variegated kind of emotions, different types of emotions, right? It's not like the big ending of the movie. It's something that you have throughout the experience, and you go up and you go down, and you take your time for elaborating on something. So this is what I feel, is that our mind is like taken by the hand in a proper frame, and it's been conducted through all this experience. It's not like the one big adrenaline punch and it's over, you can go home now. That is the difference that I see. Even because, as I said, the biggest thing, the most expected, is the Vadam that is in the middle. It's not in the end. Why it is not in the end? Why don't we have the Vadam in the end, for example, right? So I think there is a difference how you are conducting things.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. And there was another thing I wanted to talk about is Granth Madhya Mangalam. I think Deep can comment on that. So in many Granth, in the center of a Granth, there's a shlok. Is that true, Deep? Could you please comment on this?
Yes, actually. So again, they find the central point, the nabhi of that shastra. And that's exactly what she mentions is referred to many a times. And I believe she did not use the term, but she wanted to get, yes.
Maybe she can use it. It is a genuine term, a Granth Madhya Mangalam. So that would be interesting that she came to that conclusion, or she did mention those things. That's very nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kamalakshi. I have another interesting question coming via WhatsApp for Ashwini, actually. So this question is from Dr. Ipshita Chanda, and she asks that she is fine with you taking up Nyaya philosophy as your framework, but she has another question to ask, is that that is fine, but how Nyaya, through this analytic philosophy, how one can understand being. If everybody seeks a spiritual form, or does everyone seek a spiritual form by default? If we call it tradition, then the entire Rashashastra will turn mechanical. So, as juxtaposed to Nyaya, when it comes to, I think she wishes to focus on Atrutadrasa. How do you look at that?
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to ask you to repeat the question one more
Yes,
time.
of course. Yeah, she asks that you have used Nyaya as analytical philosophy, but is it helpful in understanding being? So, and does everyone seek spiritual form through this? So, and if they don't, then where does this Nyaya stands? And if we call this as a tradition to look at by using the lens Nyaya, if we look at Rasa, then the entire Rasa tradition will turn mechanical. How do you comment on that?
So I'm not sure about the rasa part, but I have come across many instances in Nyaya which have been very helpful for me personally in understanding how a karana can be a sadhana or a tool to experience Maheshwara's activity. There is one particular sutra in Tarkabhasha where he mentions that, this is Keshava Mishra, he mentions that when you have an object in front of you, the object is the object and your eyes are the senses through which you're perceiving the object. But when your mind, when your Atma is the object, then your mind is the sense. And through a karana, you're essentially making the Atma, your soul, the object, and your mind is the sense. So that's one of the reasons also why when we're dancing the karana, in our presentation, we weren't looking at anything. We were looking down. Every object was cut off, so that our senses are not satiated with material things. Instead, it allows us to draw inward and go towards our Atma. And I think and because Nyaya accepts Atma, we find all of these different mentions in Nyaya. So a lot of these things are quite helpful. So I'm not sure about the rasa aspect, but I definitely find Nyaya very helpful in several instances. And even Vaisheshika, for that matter, talks about sthiti and gati, which is also something that has been used to define a Karana. So I do find that one cannot look at the Natya Shastra in isolation, that it must be studied in tandem along with various other philosophical principles such as Nyaya and Vaisheshika and others.
Yes. So she has more to ask, but she says she would be able to engage in a discussion later on with you if
I would
possible.
love that. I would love
Anytime.
that. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you so much.
Now I pass on the baton over to Ashwini to introduce our last speaker. Ashwini, if you do the honor. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. So I would like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Adhikari Mayum Radha Mambi Devi. She's presently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Dance and Music at Manipur University. She completed her MA in Manipuri and PhD in dance from Manipur University. She had also completed PG in Ras Leela and Lai Haroba from Jawaharlal Nehru Manipur Dance Academy. Besides, she served as local coordinator as nominated by the Eastern Zone Cultural Center, Kolkata, and Sangeet Natak Akademi Northeast Center, Guwahati, for conducting various programs and documentation. She's also an A-grade artist of Prasar Bharati since 2001. She received prestigious awards like Young Artist in different cultural fields under Department of Culture, Government of India. Shri Jaydev Rashtriya Samaroh in All Indian Classical Dances and 10th Naveen Kalakar National Young Dancers Talent Hunt in 2016 and Ustad Bismillah Khan Yuva Puraskar in 2018 in the field of Manipuri dance by Sangeet Natak Akademi, New Delhi. She has also presented and published papers in both state and national levels. So over to you, Radhaji.
You. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. सबसे पहले मैं सबको प्रणाम करती हूँ. I extend my to Sri Piyal Bhattacharya and Sangeet Natak Academy for providing me the privilege to the for providing me with the privilege to share my insight in this STEAM platform. I was always my dream to do some work in a project of Sangeet Natak Academy. Because of Piyal Bhattacharya, this has been possible. I'm very thankful to PLG and DG also for technical supporting. So today's my topic is Harmony Unveiled, exploring the progression of Marbak Jagoi dance and the cultural dynamic of Manipur. The dances Ras Leela and Lai Harauba are popularly seen and people knows about it. However, there was another form of dance known as Marbak Jagoi, which was practiced in Manipur, and slowly it became extinct. So today I will speak how to travel from the religious space to secular space and then gradually became extinct. So let me share my slide. And this is my introduction part. The evolution of Manipuri dance experienced a significant surge with the introduction of Vaishnavism in Manipur, particularly during the reign of King Charairongba. The historical record Chaitharokumbaba sheds light on this cultural transformation, notably marked by the mass adoption of Vaishnavism on the 5th day of the month Sakata, 1626. Although concrete details about the creation of new music and dance forms under the king's rule are limited, historical accounts mention the influence of outside artists. During the reign of King Charairongba and Rajasi Vegachandra, a peaceful and socially secure environment likely facilitated the flourishing of diverse dance forms in Manipur. Rajasri Bhaigachandra Maharaj, in particular, play a crucial role in shaping Manipuri dance, contributing song and dances closely tied to religious aspect, especially Gaura Vaishnavism. This artistic expression, originating from a stable parent, have endured and grown stronger over the years. The surviving dances can be broadly categorized into two groups: those intricating link with religious practices, often performed on auspicious day, like Pravadin, and those crafted for public entertainment based on religious stories presented at mandavs, pavilion. These dances intervened with Gaura Vaishnavism not only showcase the cultural richness of Manipur, but also stand as a testament to the enduring legacy of these artistic traditions. The ongoing evolution and reinforcement, they are significant in the cultural fabric of Manipur, serving as a source of both spiritual and aesthetic enrichment. Now is the Mandap Leela. The Manipuri devotee of Gaura Vaishnavism have a rich tradition of performing Leelas, plays, centered around their religious belief in Mandap's pavilion. This cultural practice has a long-standing story, with some to obscurity, while others endure either in memory of active existence. Interestingly, certain Mandap Leelas were not confined to pavilions, but also found open space like field, riverbank, and lakesides. The linguistic diversity in this performance was striking, featuring a blend of Sanskrit, Hindi, Bengali, Bajiboli, and eventually incorporating Manipuri languages. The meticulous preparation of displays by teachers before public performance was a crucial aspect of their presentation. The Leelas demonstrated clever craftsmanship, drawing inspiration from reverse texts such as Mahabharata, Ramayana, Srimad Bhagavatam, writing on Radha Krishna by said poets, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and other Puranas. Noteworthy plays in this genre includes Ramlila, Savaparva, Kalyadaman, Gauralila, Pashkela, Ahle Udhar, among others. Collectively, this performance can be classified as Mandap Lila Jagoi, signifying dancing acts presented at pavilions. The incorporation of local language and the creative adaptations by skilled teachers contributed to the cultural richness and diversity of these traditional Manipuri plays. The Maharaj Gambhir Singh's eras mark regular annual performance of these plays in Manipur, but the widely accepted view is that Mandap Leela flourished from the time of Maharaj Vaigachandra. Among these Mandap Leela Jagoi, Marbag Jagoi stands as a mesmerizing testament to the rich cultural tapestry of Manipur, weaving together dance, music, and spiritual story in a captivating performance. For this paper, I will develop into the fascinating evolution of Marbak Jagoi within the cultural landscape of Manipur. Marbak Jagoi. During the reign of Sangeet Maharaj in Manipur, the influence of Kathak dance from external sources gained popularity among the audience. This period witnessed the rise of Marbak Jagoi, a dance form that incorporated elements inspired by Kathak. Now I am going to share a picture of a Marbak Jagoi. This is the picture of that Marbak Jagoi. And then I move on the next slide. The learning of this dance form persisted through generation at Jagoi Sabiloishang in the Royal Palace, attracting students primarily from the royal family, nobility, prominent officers, and renowned artists. Notably, key roles in Mandap Leelas were typically undertaken by princes and high dignitaries, reflecting the prominence and participation of elite members of society in this cultural performance. In essence, the Mandap Leela of this era may be characterized as plays performed by members of the royal family and distinguished dignitary, contributing to the vibrant cultural tapestry of Manipur. So for this, I'm taking support from the Dr. M. Kriti Singh's book, Religious Development of Manipur in the 18th and 19th century, page number 234. When Darbati Bastaharan was staged, Maharaj Kumar Gandhar Singh, son of Sandrakiti, took the role of Darbati, the main character of the play. And R.K. Rai Chandra and Bajai Tolcho represented Bhima and Dusashan, respectively. As Marbak Jagoi evolved through the ages, each performance space transitioned from sacred space to mandavs, later adapting to proshnim theatre, ultimately finding a place in secular venues, so casting the dynamic journey of this cultural art form. Now, the evolving temporal and spatial dimension of Marbak Jagoi, initially from holy space of Sri Sri Govindaji temple, the Sri Sri Govindaji Naitishala, also known as Jagoi Sabiloishang, became a hub where skilled teachers nurture young talents this dance style within the royal palace. And Maharaj Gambhir Singh's era marked regular annual performance of display in Manipur. Marbak Jagoi, drawing inspiration from epics, Puranas, were ingeniously crafted in alignment with Gaura Vaishnavism. These enchanting performances were presented in mandavs during festive celebrations such as Holi, Ratrajata, Jhulan, Durga Puja, and Saraswati Puja. The venues varied, predominantly held in mandavs or pavilions, but occasionally gracing open ground, offering a rich cultural experience during public festivities. Now, the Marbak Jagoi is come to the secular space, just like the Proshnim Theatre. In the 20th century, the British Proshnim Theatre was introduced in Manipur. It was Sir Churachand Maharaj who introduced drama in real form in Manipur. Pravas Milan, the Mandav Leela, was played at the Sri Sri Govindaji Naitu Mandir by constructing a stage for the first time in 1902. The performance features a government official and teachers as well as dance school students. Subsequently, the Proshnim Theatre began to grow in other places in Manipur, and this movement was greeted with joy by the Manipuri public. After that, new creation of the exploit were performed on the stage. In the next is the army camp space. In the Second World War, troops of Japan and Indian National Army under Subhash Chandra Bose arrived at Manipur, coming through Burma, attacked the British arm of a fierce encounter ensued, and Manipur became a war theater. Besides Negro and British soldiers, there was heavy reinforcement of soldiers of various nationalities at Imphal. While repeated bombing were being done at Imphal by Japanese plane, and Indian National Army hosted their flag at Moirang, and with setting up of each camp, they exchanged fires with the British Army. As there were many army camps at various places of Imphal, there was the needed of entertainment program of dance and music for recreation of the troops in their leisure time, and it offered a golden chance to the Marbak Jagoi dancers for big earning. So the number of dancing groups increased by leaps and bounds, led by skilled dancers. The semi-skilled artists also had a good chance to earning big money. For amusing and pleasing the non-Manipuri soldier of the British Army, the dancers shamelessly sang English, Hindi, Nepali, and Assamese also. Song and dance erotically, ignoring the sense of decency and modesty. People, though this changing style of dancing as similar to the dancing of Baiji in Kholas, in Indian cities for earning money, and some educated citizens call it Baiji Jagoi. And it came to be known by the name, and this style of dancing was regarded as a less honorable and dull-based form of dance. Now I'm sharing of a group photo of this Marbak Jagoi. This is the group photo of Marbak Jagoi. And next, I'm going to last space of Mandap space. During the period, being associated with Marbak Jagoi brought about a sense of shame, and many artists who were deeply passionate about the art form. The societal stigma and disapproval inflicted significant emotional distress upon those artists who were genuinely dedicated to Marbak Jagoi, practicing it delightfully with a sense of decency and modesty. Consequently, some Marbak Jagoi performers, feeling the societal rejection, shout refuse in the emerging art such as theatre and Manipuri dance, particularly Ras Leela, which had gained recognition as an Indian classical dance form by the government of India. In a last effort to preserve their art, some professional Marbak Jagoi dancers ventures into creating plays like Paskhela, incorporating them as Mandapila performance. And this is my conclusion part. During the 20th century, Manipuri dance underwent significant transformation. In the early 90s, the construction of a new palace in Manipur included the establishment of Sri Sri Govinda Natyasala, housing a temple dedicated to Sri Sri Govindaji. This marked a pivotal movement influencing the trajectory of Manipuri dance. The popularity of Marbak Jagoi extended beyond Manipur, with skilled dancers forming groups and venturing outside the region to pursue lucrative opportunities. However, as some dancers prioritize financial gain over humility and honor, society began to distance and marginalize them. Amid public disinterest and societal disapproval, Marbak Jagoi gradually went, eventually fading into obscurity. Out of this decline emerged a new dance form known as Paskhela, where female dancers took on the role of characters like Sri Krishna, Radha, Lalita, Vishakha, Yashoda, and Narada. The theme of Vaskara revolved around Radha Krishna Leelas, Jogi Bes, Manvanjan, Murali Haran, Naukabilas, Jelakeli, Pravashkanda, and more. The high public appeal and popularity of Paskela led to the establishment of dance group in various parts of Manipur. These groups, such as Kongpal Pala, Wangkai Pala, Thamaiban Pala, and others became prominent. Additionally, individual dancers such as Wangwe Chaubi and Asem Tombishna lent their names to dance groups, contributing to the diversification and advancement of Manipuri dance culture. Thank you. This is.
Thank you so much, Radha Manviji. This is, for me personally, this is a very illuminating talk because I'm not too familiar with Marbag Jagoi at all. But from your presentation, I can't help but make the observation that it's, the history of, art sounds like many dance forms have sort of gone through this phase of going into, obscurity and then resurfacing as, as a somewhat different dance. And it's a sad truth of, of how things have gone down in the past. So thank you so much for sharing, and I'm just going to open it out to questions if anybody has some.
Yes.
Radhamanbiji, if you could stop sharing.
Okay, sure.
Sohini ji has a question.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, namaste.
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 Namaste. Really beautiful work. And of course, I had heard, I had not seen a paper on Marbag Jagoi before, a whole paper. So congratulations.
Yeah.
I'm so glad this will be published because very few people.
Yes, I also doesn't know about your Marbag paper. In my my PhD, during my research work, I got this information.
Okay. I had like two quick questions.
Yes.
I mean, in the first picture that you showed, there were two dancers, one wearing a Kathak costume, the other wearing a Bharatanatyam costume.
Yes.
So what was Marbag Jagoi actually? It was like a juxtaposition of different, just all, any kind of Mayang form like came to Manipur and people thought that is, people just loosely called it Marbag Jagoi. And to the rest of you, Mayang is the word in Meitei language that is literally means outsider. And there's one thing, me being also, I'm also a Mayang.
Yes,
okay. So in Meitei language, there is no word. This is something I noticed very quickly. There is no word distinguishing between an Indian outsider and a foreign outsider, and like a Western, European, American outsider.
Yes.
So this, to me, this was in the beginning, it struck me because there was no distinguishing between the concept of somebody who's Indian and non-Manipuri.
Yes.
And then somebody who's like a complete foreigner.
Says
so anything that is, please.
Yes, all the Manipuri, all the non-Manipuris we call Mayang. So just like that, during that time also, just like the Kathak means the things Manipuri dance nahi ho.
Yes, जी.
दूसरा आके वो कर रहा है, वो तो हम लोग लूजली बोलता है, ये कथक बोलता है. It's not actually the Kathak classical dances of Kathak.
जी. तो ये जो ही नॉन मणिपुरी का जो ही डांस होगा उसको ही एकदम मरबाग जैसे बोलते, वो कथक है कि भरतनाट्यम है कि वो और कुछ है, बस ऐसा कुछ डिस्टिंग्विशिंग नहीं है ऐसा. Okay. That I think that is very illuminating for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions before we?
Yes.
All right. So I I would like to, we're at the very end of a 4-day celebration of this wonderful topic of time and space, with erudite scholars coming in and illuminating all of us. And I would like to now pass the baton back to Deep. Unfortunately, today Pialda has not been able to join us. He was meant to give the valedictory speech, but he's not able to join us because he's hurt his back badly. He made it in the morning for a very short period of time with great difficulty, but he's not been able to come back. So I'm handing this over to Deep so he can do the honors. Thank you, Deep.
Thank you, Ashwini. Stepping into the shoes of Pialda is not at all possible, and it's a huge burden on my shoulder. And I will only render what I have received from his end. So he has asked me to do the honor, as Ashwini says, and I read what he has to say. Namaste. As we stand at the moment of drawing the curtains on this enlightening dialogue on the temporal and spatial dynamics and the winding journey of comparative explorations through a myriad of Indian perspectives, I personally only feel like Arjun, who had so many questions, apprehensions, yet a firm believer in his charioteers. And all of you have been that charioteer. Like Krishna, you too cleared the mist and cleared the panorama of time and space in front of me. You reminded me that it is important to have questions to seek answers. But for that, you have to be determined and curious like Nachiketa and have to find a master like Yama to turn to. And should you not find things in your space-time, you have to be like a Hamsa to take a flight to another space and time in search of wisdom. As Krishna bestowed the vision, you have illuminated Akasha, Dig, Desha, Kala, Drishya, and Shravya in front of me, and now I have to converse with it with my Swasamvedana. Such a space, once consecrated and dedicated under the name of Sangeet Natak Akademi, New Delhi, was to rediscover Indian art and tradition, and I am indebted to them for making this seminar possible. Our gathering for the past 4 days has been graced by the presence of erudite scholars whose contributions have added immeasurable depth to our discussions. I would like to first thank the chairman of Sangeet Natak Akademi, Dr. Sandhya Purecha, and the secretary, Sri Raju Das, for believing in me and sending their blessings and good wishes. I would like to thank the director of Satriya Kendra, Guwahati, Dr. Pratibha Sharma, for arranging the physical space at Kshatriya Kendra from where we could conduct the seminar. Thank you to the Deputy Secretary of Publication Section, Sangeet Natak Akademi, New Delhi, Sri Ankur Acharya ji, for his unstinting support and relentless assistance. I extend my sincere respect to masters such as Mahamahopadhyay Dr. Puru Dadhich, Dr. Padma Subramanian, Shatavadhani Dr. R. Ganesh, Dr. Manjula Saxena, Dr. Bharat Gupt, Dr. Maya Das, Dr. Srinivas Vadakhedi, Dr. Deepthi Bhalla, Dr. Chandra Dasan, Mandakini Trivedi, and Parvati Datta. We missed the chance to listen to Dr. Kapil Kapoor, who had so kindly consented to appear as the keynote speaker on the 20th, but most unfortunately could not make it due to a sudden bout of illness. We also thank him for sending us his love and good wishes. Next, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the eminent scholars, performers such as Dr. Padmaja Suresh, Dr. Anupama Kailash, Dr. Swarnamalya Ganesh, Vidushi Renu Sharma, Dr. Jayachandran Surendran, Harshavi Dehejia, and Arjun Bharadwaj. Your insights and perspectives have illuminated the multifaceted dimensions of our chosen theme. I also thank the standout scholars of their own rights, Anjali Bagalji, Pratisha Suresh, Dr. Vidya Thirunarayan, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Chaudhary, Dr. Ipshita Chando, and Dr. Srihari VG for sharing their deep insights. And then I thank my dear friends Priyadarshini Ghosh, Shwetalana, Sohini, Di, Bimbavati, and Sudarshan from the bottom of my heart. My sincere congratulations to all the other participating scholars, Vibhu and Pratik Patnaik for their wonderful paper, Siddharth Singh for taking out time from his busy schedule, Nagaraja Pejjai and Joli Pudusari for making us aware of the minor traditions, or should we call them minor at all, Shikha Raj Purohit for bringing in Kashmir Shaivism to our discussion, Nivedita KR for shifting our focus to Yal, TK Saroja for her melodious representation, Vidyananda Singh, Abhi Ganguly, Soma Mukherjee, Shreya Mukherjee, Prithika Kind, Chiroshri Roy, Mehak Kumar, Ashwini Sri Vatsan for also timely input when we were in need, Kamalakshi Devi and Radha Manvi Devi for sharing their insights and their fieldwork with us. A very special thanks to Sunil Shankara for comparing, for presenting his paper, and for being there with us all the time. I thank Ramya Kapadia and Ashwini Srivatsan again for their support in the time of need. This seminar has been a testament to the power of collaboration and intellectual exchange. We set out with the intention of fostering a space for thoughtful exploration, and I'm pleased to say that our objectives have been met with resounding success. The overwhelming response and active participation from all of you have been truly humbling. We were reminded, as I told earlier, by Dr. Chandradasan and Dr. Ipshita Chando to keep the space open for asking questions as a part of Indian system of learning, and to become aware of how and whom and when to ask questions, and how to foster an inner space which will enable us to be conscious and humble in dwelling with the other in the outer space. It is heartening to witness the genuine enthusiasm with which each participant engaged in the discourse. The diversity of perspectives presented here has been a source of richness, reflecting the mosaic of Indian thought. To give a bit, to say a thing in bit detail, Dr. Purudadhich inaugurated the seminar with an insightful talk about the integration of art with dharma and satya, reflecting the necessity of saundarya. Delving into the realms of time and space, Dr. Padma Subramaniam intricately examined the four abhinayas, Angika, Vachika, Aharya, and Swatvika, backed by insightful anecdotes from her illustrious journey through inner to the outer space, showcasing the profound impact of both her research and practical experience on her nuanced comprehension of temporal and spatial dynamics. Shatabdhani Dr. R. Ganesh, Ganesh's exploration of the nuanced connections between space and time in Indian poetics, as portrayed in Rajashekhara's Kavya Mimamsa, emphasizing the timeless unity of these ideas within the Sanatan Dharma tradition, adding valuable insights to understanding Indian literary and aesthetic traditions, had been a wonderful gift to us. Dr. Bharat Gupta provided profound insights into the temporal and spatial dynamics of the Greek theatre, offering a comprehensive understanding of its distinct characteristics, while Dr. Dasan explored the layered time and space in Indian theatre and the process, revealing the intricate, multidimensional tapestry of narratives that transcend eras. Arjun Bharadwaj's presentation compared both Indian and Western portrayal of time and space on stage in the classical dramas. The analysis delved into the stylized and realistic content proportions, highlighting how the Indian approach rooted in Natyadharmi and Abhinaya allows for a broader spatiotemporal spectrum in storytelling. Various scholars presented diverse perspectives on the temporal and spatial dynamics within Shastra. Dr. Maya Das's presentation on Udra-Nritya and Abhinay Chandrika sheds light on the formative rules and aspects of Odissi dance found in this precious yet irregularly arranged treatise. Dr. Deepti Bhalla's insights into the root of folk music as nourishing source for sacred, secular, and traditional forms provide a comprehensive understanding of the foundational principles governing Kerala's music evolution. By juxtaposing the spatial elements of Nandipatha, Dhruvagana, and Parikrama with the temporal aspects of Sankalpa and Bol Padhant in Kathak, Vidushi Renu Sharma provided a holistic understanding of on-stage spatial temporal skills in dance performances. By unraveling the intricate dynamics of breath as prana measured with tala and the rhythmic movements in Bharatanatyam, Dr. Padmaja Suresh provided great insight into the aesthetic expression of spiritual wisdom, making dance a path for a moment in mukti. Anjali Bagal explored the profound impact of mandalas and charis on Indian classical dance narratives, shedding light on their role in portraying war sequences and contributing to the sophisticated framework of storytelling. Mandakini ji discussed the journey from form to formless, the creation of sacred geometry within dance and the dancer's body, and transcending of space and time to achieve a yogic experience. Parvati Datta's presentation was invaluable as it intricately explores the profound concept of Nada Brahman, shedding light on the interplay between silence and sound in the realm of music and dance. Several speakers explored temporal and spatial concepts in various artistic traditions, such as Sutradhar tradition in Bhavana, thoughtfully presented by Pratisha Suresh, while Sanjay Kumar Chaudhary skillfully illuminated the profound synthesis of Shivatattva, Jhumar, and Mukhota in Purulia Chau dance, showcasing the intricate connection between Indian artistic traditions, societal engagement, and divine inspiration. Jayachandran Surendran's observations are invaluable as he delves into the universal essence of dance, deciphering its intricacies through the form-neutral and style-neutral parameters of postures, transitions, and rhythm of transitions. Pratik Patnaik and Vibhu Patnaik's paper unveils the profound connection between Odissi music's gamakas and Patachitra's visual motifs, showcasing understanding of the deep-seated artistic synergy between spatial and temporal expressions in Odia arts. I especially appreciate such a line of inquiry. Bimbavati Devi presented the horizon of spatio-temporal consciousness in Meitei spirituality in front of us. Sohini Roy's paper delved into Meitei revivalism and its influence on Manipuri dance, exploring the impact of a religious revival movement on the traditional ritual performance traditions. We also acknowledge Radha Manviji's addition and Vidyaranya's input into it. Several scholars have provided great insight into spatial and temporal concepts as seen in literature and language. Srihari V. Gokarnakar in his presentation explored the role of chandas akin to the feet of Veda Purusha in providing a systematic foundation for Sanskrit composition and as means of enhancing a performer's ability to express thoughts effectively through art. I express my strong belief that the future of Indic research is promising, having observed the gathering of some of the most inquisitive minds in the country at this seminar. Each presented paper infused a sense of revitalized energy and optimism, reaffirming that the Indian knowledge system, which has delved into spatio-temporal ideas throughout its extensive history, remains alive and holds the potential to illuminate and enrich artistic and creative pursuits once more through ongoing conversations. This seminar has only been a stepping stone for further explorations and collaboration. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Sangeet Natak Akademi once again for providing a platform that celebrates intellectual curiosity and fosters a spirit of inquiry. I would like to thank the technical team, Shubhendu, Ajay-ji, and Diganta-ji for always being there. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Deep, wow, I'm thanking myself, who shouldered the huge responsibility of being the Sutra Sanchalak through the course of the entire seminar and has executed it seamlessly. I'm humbled. Thank you, Pierre. As we bid adieu to this gathering, let us carry forward the momentum generated here. May the seeds of ideas planted during this seminar blossom into a garden of sustained intellectual exchange. May every sentient beings receive the inspiration to look deep within, to realize the true self through their dwelling in time and space. Thank you. Shubhamastu. P.L. Bhattacharya. So that was the elder's words. And if I may add, just the passing my remark is that I was reminded as I was reading this, what R. Ganesh had mentioned today at the beginning, that it has been a yajna, a satra, where everyone comes and participates, where it is not just the sacrificial ritual which matters, but it is when a yajna happens, it is also who builds the yajna-shala, the ones, those who provide, the ones, the sutas, those who come and perform, those who sing the song and tell the history. It is also the ones, those who play, the ones, those who sing. It is also the one who make the clarified butter. It is the entire universe who is at play. And through that, they transcend. And that's what we try to do. We try to bring everyone together. And so we are so enriched. And we would like, as they do it, in each and every samvatsar, to call this satra, to call this yajna, we would like to do year after the other. That is our plan. Please pray for us so that we all will be able to come together and convene in the next time. I thank you, Sangeet Natak Akademi. And with that, I beseech all of you to fashion your papers. We will be providing you the word limits as well as the guidelines. Please form your paper and be as expressive as you can. You can use photos. And I just one request, whenever you use photo, if it is yours, mention that it is yours. If you're using somebody else's, please give photo courtesy. And we look forward to your paper, and everything else we will keep on posting in the group. Thank you so much. And as Pialla says, Shubhamastu.